afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to start RubyWorld Conference 2020. RubyWorld Conference, the organizing committee, and many organizations sponsor and co-sponsor this conference. This is the 12th conference of RubyWorld. In order to prevent the expansion of the COVID-19, we have uh, the the space of the open laboratory without any audience, the public attendance. I'm Ishihara Miwa. I'm going to serve as a moderator. On opening the Ruby World Conference 2020, the chairman of the Ruby World Conference organizing committee, Mr. Matsumoto, is going to greet you. Good afternoon. I'm Matsumoto with a shield on the face. We are having the Ruby World Conference also this year, but because of the circumstances, we could not invite you to Matsue for 2 days and listen to the presentations. We couldn't organize and hold this conference as we have done before. However, so that you can enjoy this conference the most, we organize a program with the new uh, initiative, and we are very happy to hold this conference online. It is tremendously scary to have these changes of the situation. Until last year, we went to Tokyo. I went to Tokyo, Fukuoka, overseas countries every week. But since March this year, since the middle of the March, I do not move around as a business activities and always here at Matsue. And world are getting better, but many people are suffering from the disease, and some others have died. Therefore, we cannot overjoy the situation, but still, the situations are changing dynamically and drastically. This creates new opportunities. Looking back upon the past, when we started the Ruby, we had a repercussion of the collapse of the bubble economy, and that was a background of the period, and the Ruby world expanded because after the collapse of the internet bubble, uh, people started to focus upon the productivity, and the Ruby on Rails started to be used more popularly. And now we have the infectious disease, and it's not a good thing that we have so many people suffering, but this social pressure is an opportunity for us to promote the technological advancement and innovation. And the presentations of the Ruby World Conference and the technology for the future would be part of this innovation. Now, you are listening to these presentation today, and you view videos, and then this will be the initiative for us to make steps forward for the new wave of innovation. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yukihiro Matsumoto spoke on behalf of the organizing committee. Now, the advisor of the organizing committee, Tatsuya Maruyama, the governor of Shimane Prefecture, say a few words. This is the 12th Ruby World Conference, and this is a 2020 and being held online for the first time. And it is a great pleasure to be able to uh, have such a large audience. And thank you very much for attending this Ruby Conference 2020 from within and outside of Japan. IT industry of prefecture of Shimane is very important as opportunity of the employment, attractive for the younger people, expanding the employment of the younger people who are the future of the Shimane Prefecture in order to combat the decline of the populations. We believe that the IT industry promotion is critical and is helping the development of the human resources in IT and also new service development. This is part of these activities and the Ruby, the developer, Yukihiro Matsumoto, is from Shimane Prefecture. He lives here, and this is a domestically produced programming language which is used globally, and many Ruby corporations are here. And with this the advantage, as we are trying to expand the Ruby business with the cooperation of the industry, academia, and the government, with technology is getting more important for the solution of the social issues. Ruby is expected to play a very important role. And also, Shimane Prefecture, as a government, would like to work upon the promulgation of the uh, Ruby and for the expansion of the business use of this language. Uh, because of the coronavirus, we could not invite you to Shimane Prefecture, but we are holding this conference online, and it is quite critical to be able to open this conference. In conclusion, I hope that this conference will be the productive one for all of you, and also I would wish the development further and the bright future of the Ruby and also those who participate in this conference. With this, I would like to conclude my remark. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Governor. Now, we'd like to invite Mr. Masataka Matsura, the Mayor of Matsue, advisor to the Conference Executive Committee. Hello, everyone. I'm Matsura, the Mayor of Matsue. As COVID-19 pandemic continues to spread globally, I was worried if we could have RubyWorld conference this year. So I'm very happy and feel relieved that we are holding the 12th conference here in Matsue, a sacred place for Ruby. I express my deepest respect to Matsumoto-san and everyone who worked for organizing this conference. The relationship between Matsue City and Ruby started when I read a magazine article about Matsumoto-san by chance. So it was really by chance. And when we met for the first time, Matsumoto-san said it was important to have a place where various people, different people can get together. So our city of Matsue, opened Matsue Open Source Lab in front of JR Matsue Station. And we started Ruby City Matsue project. "15 years have passed since then. Open Source Lab has become a center to develop a community to connect various people beyond organizational barriers and became an attraction for IT engineers. Over the last 15 years, more than 40 IT companies came to open their offices in Matsue City, and many engineers came to visit here as well. And some of them even migrated to the city. Ruby supports employment of Matsuya City and also created interest among the people about this Matsuya City. Human resource development in IT is started by Shimane University, and Matsuya College of Technology gradually expanded, and since 2016, Ruby is taught at all municipal junior high schools. Starting this year, elementary kids have chance to learn about Ruby at school as well. We are developing an environment where young people can naturally interact with Ruby in educational environment. So in a nutshell, Ruby is precious treasure for our city. There will be a great number of engineers grown from a city of Matsuye. So it's really a treasure for us, and the Ruby community is a great culture for our city. As a Ruby city, which attracts people who love Ruby from around the world, we would like to work with you to develop the Ruby community. Last but not least, I would like to thank all people who worked for this conference. And I wish you all very successful and productive conference. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Maya. Next, from 12:20, we will have keynote speech from Yukihiro Matsumoto, the chairman of the executive committee. Thank you very much. Now we'd like to move to the keynote address. We'd like to invite Yukihiro Matsumoto. He's the chairman of the executive committee of Ruby World Conference, and also he's the president of Ruby Association. And also he's very well known around the world as a developer of programming language Ruby. And the title of his talk is Ruby 3 and Beyond. Thank you very much for the introduction. Well, I'm very happy. I'm not about you that you have to see my face quite many times in World Conference. So today I'd like to talk about Ruby 3.0 and also what's going to happen beyond. The Ruby 3 is going to be available very soon. So first, Ruby 3. Every year we have a release on the 25th December, and this year as well. As planned, we're going to release the new version of Ruby. It's going to be Ruby 3.0. So it's going to be major version upgrade. So that's as planned. The initial idea was we're going to launch this in the year of Olympic. So that was 2020. But the Olympic itself, the Tokyo Olympic, was postponed until next year. But Olympic was not the major reason for us to plan for this timing. Well, some people say we should postpone our release also by 1 year so that it's going to be in the same year as Olympic. But after all, we decided to launch the new version this year as initially planned. So it's going to be in less than 10 years. So, but if something extraordinary things happen, we may have to reschedule. But most likely, we can launch the new version on the 25th December, as we do every year. So this 3.0, well, the current version is 2.7. So compared to 2.7, we try to secure good compatibility, but at the same time, it should be faster and also the better Ruby language. So these are our targets. And after the release this year, we will have 3.0, 3.1. So that's how we like to create the future of the programs. So first, I'd like to talk about compatibility. We like to keep full enough compatibility with the current versions. But of course, we have to fix some bugs. So after fixing bugs, there may be some changes. At present in the world, there are so many programs which were written with Ruby, and some of them rely on rather buggy behaviors. So that might require some fix. But most of the programs can operate as before on the new version, Ruby 3.0. The 3.0 will have many additional new functions, but we design in a way that they are compatible. And also, we made lots of efforts to make it faster. Performance is important. So when we had Ruby 1.9, we experienced some challenges regarding compatibility. And it took 5 years to fix the split in the community because of that lack of compatibility. So that happened between 1.8 and 1.9. I think it was 2007. In order to run the program on a new version of Ruby, the existing program had to be rewritten on many occasions. But you don't want to do that. Well, many people don't want to do that. That's understandable. So because of that, although the new version 1.9, 2.0 became available, many people kept using 1.8. And for those people, it took some 5 years to move into the new version. So during that period, those people who were using the older version did not have a chance to enjoy the new functions, new functionality of the new version. So that was rather unfortunate situation. And a similar situation happened to another language, Python. It's well known as Python 3 problem. The situation was a bit more serious because their community was much bigger than ours. It took 15 years to fill in the gap between version 2 and version 3. If you compare 5 years and 15 years, 5 years is better. But the difference is, as for the Ruby 1.9, well, it had the incompatibility issue, but also it used the new virtual machine known as YARV. So compared to 1.8, 1.9 was much faster. Because 1.9 was faster, you think, well, it's a little bit more expensive, but it's much faster. So I think that we could give the benefit to the user. We could demonstrate that to the user, I should say. So I think the speed is quite important. But the Ruby is not so bad at present either. It's not so slow. And many developers are using GitHub. GitHub was developed on Ruby. Maybe not so much in Japan, but the service to create a store, web store, Spotify is quite well known. Again, Shopify was also created on Ruby. So Shopify and GitHub, the size of the site are biggest in the world, perhaps some of the biggest in the world. So Ruby has the capability or speed at least to run these sites. So if you have the micro benchmarking, Ruby may lose in some cases, but is it so bad that it cannot be used to create a web application? I don't think so. So it depends on how you create a web application. So I don't think there's no many people who say, I don't want to use GitHub because it's created on Ruby and it's slow. So, but still, there are lots of people say the Ruby is dead, Ruby is not so popular. Every time they're looking at some popularity context, I think it's the same situation over the last 5 years or so. But even those people who say Ruby is dead, they use GitHub and go to the Shopify. But then why some people say Ruby is not good? It's because of the micro benchmarks. So this is a software to measure some particular function, 100 loops and some certain computation to measure the performance. But when you talk about the speed of the language, those people tend to look at the micro benchmarking. But for us, it's a kind of the sad situation because what's really important is in a real world. But if people are concerned about the micro benchmark, so let's make some improvement as well. And then from 2.6, we have introduced JIT compiler, just-in-time compiler. So it dynamically generates native code at the time of execution. And by doing this, it can speed the speed. This is a technique that has been used by Java for many years, and JavaScript and Smalltalk as well. So Ruby introduced mJIT since Ruby 2.6 and also Ruby 3.3. That's a title. So Ruby 3.0, it's going to be a new release. According to some benchmarks, it's going to be 3 times faster compared to 2.7. And we use the benchmark called OptoCarrot. And according to OptoCarrot, it's going to be 3 times faster. But OptoCarrot is the family computer emulator. So it's like you like to see how quickly you can navigate the screen. But if you navigate the screen so quickly, you can't really enjoy the game itself, so it may not be so practical. But anyhow, even with JIT compiler, not every application gets faster. And even with a JIT compiler, Rails application does not get much faster. So compared to 2.6, we have the lots of improvement, but still the real-world application may not be so fast or not much faster, even with a JIT compiler. But if you measure with a micro benchmark, you may see the speed is faster. So including virtual machine improvement, we have made many improvements. So for the future version 3.1, 3.2, it's going to be faster and faster. And also for concurrency, compared to the past, well, in fact, it was 1993 when I started to write Ruby. The number of the CPU per computer increased. Back in 1993, always one computer has one CPU. That's all, period. But in those days, the performance of the computer increased dramatically every year. So increase the performance. We simply bought a new computer. We didn't have to change a software at all. But that was a happy days, and happy days are beyond us. So for the current computer, their performance does not increase like 1.5 times, the 1 point something times every year. So the performance per core has reached the saturation level. So what we do is we increase the number of CPUs per computer. At present, there are multitask, accessing internet, the background, and then you navigate the screen on the front. So the multi-core is requirement. So this is the key to improvement of their performance. So we can say that we are now in the time of multi-core age. So dual core, having 2 CPUs, or octa-core, 8, or for server, 64 cores. So these have become the norm. So in order to improve the software performance, we have to think on how best we can use the multiple cores. But the performance of each core itself does not change so much. So we have to improve our software. And that is where the concurrency becomes a keyword. However, the Ruby at present, for security reason, has global interpreter logs. And this GIL is a stumbling block or limitation to the improvement of the performance, and that is why we decided to introduce a sync fiber and a Rakta. And by multiplexing the I/O, we can improve the performance. So async await keywords used for other languages, and also Node.js, Python, PHP, async await is already used. So for JavaScript, they use the I/O with callback or with promise. At present, async await is very common approach. So Ruby 2 has been using the blocking I/O.
In Ruby 3, fibers are used to make a synchrony. Fibers were present in the previous Ruby, so no keywords are added, which maintains compatibility. And we have context switch for each I/O. The scheduler can be specified to utilize those functions. And we're not using multi-core, but async fiber improves the concurrency. In order to use multi-core, we have to have Rakta. This is a new function introduced. Rakta stands for Ruby Actor. This is a coined word. There are many Ruby programs using the similar class names. We were talking about guild, but in the game industry people, the guild was frequently used, so don't use it. This is the message from the game industry people. We have isolated object space, and we communicate via channels. We don't share state. In reality, we have some sharing, but this is a limited sharing. More specifically, immutable objects which cannot be rewritten, and the deeply frozen objects are there, and class and module, these are the things we can share. And between the rector, there are no interlock. There are no interpreter lock, so we can utilize the multi-cores to the greatest extent. We want to improve Ruby better, and we would like to find errors and bugs as early as possible. And since 2010, static typing was added to GEM. And Ruby is a dynamic typing, and there are no static typing. And we were told that Ruby is an obsolete. And the recently popular language of Go, Rust, and Swift, and those languages are static typing language, and they're popular these days. On the other hand, the other languages, conventional languages like PHP, Python, and JavaScript, has that static typing declaration so that they can look like the popular languages. So many of the modern languages, many of the popular languages go static typing to some extent. Then our rival languages go to static typing, and we wonder whether we should go or not. You know the answer. My answer is no, because Ruby is positioned differently from other languages. What we want is the precise checks. When we move to static typing, we can identify errors more at a faster rate. We have a less effort to identify errors. However, on the other side, since static typing is very redundant, we don't want to write it many of the TypeScript programming shows that we can do that extent, but we don't want to do that ourselves. There are two sides of the coins. We want to identify errors earlier, but we have to provide more information to the compiler to let them identify errors. It is not very rational, and so the Ruby signatures and type prof are introduced to static type checking. The Ruby, this is the basic language to declare for Ruby programs. There is a soft of food, and without functions, we may be able to end the computations. And there might be some integers. Here, the Ruby 3 is attached with the standard template in the library, and the Ruby 3 ships with RBS for the core, and we have type checker to the Rubies, and IDE integration environment can utilize this, and IDE complete the code, and there are better code completion because the IDE can tell the programmer what to be added. If there was a type signature, whether there is an error in the typing, type signature pop-up is incorporated in the function. So this is a kind of an interactive system. Ruby signature is launched very recently, and we only have the prof type, but it opens the new possibilities. TypeProf is a tool to offer naive type checks, and after implementing, after executing the type check, RBS generation is made automatically. The type signature engine is not wise enough, so some of the things they may not be able to detect, but we have some prototypes, and we have sufficiently good prototypes. It will require a long description of the system, who is a class, and there is a method of bar and who. And for abstract interpretation technology, we can read it and we can have this, oh, there is no bars and I made a mistake. So bar is through the integer and foo is through integer. This is a prof type. Type prof, current type prof, if there is a sequence, the elements in the sequence are generic type or template type. And it is not something they can assume. So we have to write it, and we have to supplement the information manually. Anyway, in order to create better language, we are working on the field in the field of static typing. And new syntax is added, like pattern matching or numbered block parameters. Pattern matching is this. For example, if the data is here, we would check whether the data agrees to the pattern. If there is a JSON, and if there is the name of is Alice and children's name is Bob, and if they are correct, it has true signals. And if we have a map made into two-fold, the first parameter is this, and the second parameter is that. We can have the numbered block parameters, and these are the Ruby 3, which will be available shortly. Unfortunately, the new functions added to the new version are not used by many people, so some of them are experimental state. And as a result, we have to receive your feedback so that we can improve specifications and performances. There are a lot of opportunities to grow. It is, we ensure the quality as things which would compatible to 2.7, but the some new features and some new improvement is to come. Ruby 3.0 is offered. Then what will happen after 3.0 becomes available? We have to improve the function so that it can be more complete. And several new features may be buggy. Even today, we have working on the reactors. There are some buggy elements staying in the Ruby 3.0, but I want to work harder, and we would continue working to improve it. Then we have to improve the supporting tools. Not only the language called Ruby, but we have to have tools to support the language Ruby, like Solar Graph or Sorbet. And for the code linker, we have RuboComp. There are tools available in Ruby, and these tools enable better utilization of Ruby. But we need more tools like type checker, formatter, language server protocol, the better server, and performance tuning tools. There are many tools we need. And it cannot be done only by the core team. We have to support the team. And we want to improve the performance. JIT compiler, the current JIT compiler is not something satisfactory. Multi-layer JIT should be introduced. The JIT compiler requires a lot of cost. So we have to have a lighter JIT so that we can have a multi-layer and lightweight JIT and mirror and other things should go. I have never made publication in Japanese language, but we are thinking of introducing static Ruby. Ruby is a very dynamic language. Dynamic typing and a dynamic class and metaprogramming allows us to change the program itself. They are useful, flexible, and powerful, but it is difficult to optimize the functions. It is still the very early stage, but we are thinking of having the static barrier. Beyond that barrier, the dynamic aspect of the Ruby will be limited so that we can have a faster processing. Like method redefinition is not a variable beyond the barrier. And we have beyond the cache and other method caching will work more efficiently. Another thing is the static interpretation. Interpretation of the code should be done on a static manner. More specifically, they say that they want to have a macro for Ruby. We may be able to offer some, and they can perform, we can reform AST. It's just an idea. But anyway, we will keep moving forward. Ruby is not dead. Ruby will not be dead. We are moving forward, and our supporters will move forward. And we would like to create better world with Ruby. And we want you to create better world. That's something we want to implement. So Ruby World Conference 2020, this is the keynote lecture. Ruby 3.0 and beyond is the title of my talk. Ruby 3.0 will be available shortly. And then After that, Ruby continues to develop. This is my declaration to end my keynote talk. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much. And we have questions and answer session where Matsumoto-san is joining us. If you have any questions, will you please use the YouTube chat or the question, we would like you to send the questions to the mailing address you can see at the bottom of the slide. And depending upon the number of questions, we may not be able to take all the questions. Please forgive us for that. At 12 o'clock and 50, we would like to have Ruby Prize 2020. So will you please wait for a few more minutes before the opening of the Ruby Prize 2020?
Thank you very much for waiting. We'd like to start Ruby World Conference 2020. The individual, the prize, Ruby prize, is for the recognition of the people who joined the Ruby community and started in 2013. And those who are to be recognized has been recommended from all over the world, and Ruby Association and Japan Ruby Association and the Matsue City forms the organizing committee for the selection and examination. And the Ruby Prize 2020, Jeremy Evans is recognized, Miura Hideki, Matsumoto Sotaro are finalists. Today, the, we'll, we are going to hear the presentation of Jeremy Evans, the winner of the Ruby Prize. Hello, Matsumoto Yukihiro. This is a prize for the individual in the Ruby community. And last year, he was also selected a finalist, and Jeremy Evans, and two more finalist nominee, Miura-san and Matsumoto Sosaro-san, were selected as finalists. Jeremy Evans was selected as a finalist, and this year is a prize winner, and two more have made a great contribution to Ruby community and Ruby. Prize is given to the individual, but in the case of the open source, there are some names of the software attached to it, and they tend to be project-based. But finally, each one of the individuals work on this the project and the program. Therefore, the software is being developed by uh, these individuals in the context of the Ruby. In order to recognize these people, the Madrid City sponsored this prize and started. And we have a lot of applications, and we had very severe, the serious examinations, and the finalists were selected, and the prize winner were selected. In the past, it was called the Newcomers Prize, but now it is renamed to Individual Award. So those who are nominated for the RE Prize will be recognized and praised. And I hope that these people would continue to work for the contribution to the Ruby community.
Ruby was born in 1993. Since then, it was loved by many engineers around the world, and numerous systems and services that made with Ruby brought tremendous benefits and utility to many companies and people. But not many people know that Ruby's improvement and its increasing functions are thanks to the support by individual volunteers in the Ruby community. So we decided in 2013 to establish the Ruby Prize to award those who have made a great contribution to the development and dissemination of Ruby. Ruby Prize is awarded to those who have made a great contribution recently in the Ruby community. We believe that giving a due recognition to those who have made a contribution to the dissemination and development of Ruby will lead to further activation of the community, and thus more utilization of and a greater possibility of Ruby itself. This year's winner is Jeremy Evans' son. I understand that he made a great contribution to the development of Ruby 3, which would become available very soon. And also, Niure-san and Matsumoto-san, final nominees, made really great contributions as well. On behalf of Matsue City, which supports Ruby's further development, I would like to express deep respect to those three people. Lastly, I will extend my heartfelt appreciation to Matsumoto-san, Ruby Association, Nihon Ruby no Kai, and everyone who support Ruby Prize. Thank you.
Konnichiwa, RubyWorld attendees. I'm sure many of you feel like I do, and that we wish we could be experiencing this conference in person. Unfortunately, that is not possible this year due to the global pandemic, but I hope I will be able to see you in person next year. First, I would like to express my appreciation to the Ruby Prize Executive Committee. I was deeply honored last year to be selected as a Ruby Prize final nominee, and even more honored this year to be selected as the Ruby Prize winner. I only hope I can continue to be worthy of this recognition. My name is Jeremy Evans. I became a Ruby committer last year on Endo-san's recommendation. One of the big changes I focused on last year was implementing the separation of positional and keyword arguments, which is fully complete in Ruby 3. Other than that, since becoming a committer, I have mostly focused on triaging and fixing bugs that have been filed in Ruby's bug tracker. Now, one of the privileges of being selected as the Ruby Prize winner is the ability to give a presentation to the attendees of RubyWorld Conference. In my presentation, I'll be discussing some of the changes I have worked on this year to improve Ruby's object model. These improvements were all the result of fixing bugs that had been filed in the bug tracker, many of them years old. You can currently test these improvements in Ruby 3 Preview 2, and you will be able to benefit from them on the 25th when Ruby 3 is released. One of the most significant improvements to the object model in Ruby 3 is that calling include on a module affects modules that have already included the receiver. So let me show you an example of what that means. Here you have a module named eachString that defines an eachString method that yields values as strings. For convenience, you want to include this module in enumerable so that the eachString method is available to all classes that include enumerable. This should allow you to call the eachString method on a hash, since the hash class includes enumerable. And in Ruby 3, this works correctly, with each value being yielded as a string. Now this does show that hash each yields a single array argument with the key and value, and not the key and hash as separate arguments. Kanashi kana, in Ruby 2.7, this raises a no method error. That is because before Ruby 3, including each string in enumerable does not affect classes that have already included enumerable. So starting in Ruby 3, when you include each string in enumerable, Ruby looks at all classes that have already included enumerable and adds the each string module at an appropriate point in the ancestor chain in those classes. Now the historical reason that enumerable include did not affect the hash class was that originally Ruby did not keep a reference in enumerable that it was included in hash. So there was no way to easily find the classes that had already included enumerable. Charlie Somerville implemented an optimization for method cache invalidation in Ruby 2.1 that added this tracking, so that when enumerable was included in another module or class, enumerable kept a reference to that class or module. That list of references is what Ruby 3 uses to find all of the ancestor chains where the each string module needs to be added. So at the same time I implemented the module include fixed, I worked on the exact same fix for module prepend. Unfortunately, I was not able to commit that fix at the same time, and not because the fix itself was wrong, but because the fix exposed that there were many issues with internal classes called origin I classes, which module prepend uses. So one issue was that when a module with an origin I class was included into a class, the origin pointer in one of the created I classes was set incorrectly. So here is an example showing the problem. Here we create a class named A with methods m and m3. We also have a module m, which prepends an empty module and also has a method m that calls super and a method m2 that calls m3. We only prepend the empty module to force module m to have an origin I class. Then we have a subclass of A named B, which includes module m and then aliases method m to m3. When we call the m2 method on an instance of B, it should call this m2 method, which calls m3. We alias the m method to m3 in class B, so this should call the m method, and the method it should call is the one in module m. So this m method just calls super, and since this method is defined in m, and m is included in B, it should call the m method in the next ancestor. And that's this method in A, the superclass of B. And that is what happens in Ruby 3. This method returns the string m. Kanashi kana. In Ruby 2.7, this raises another no method error. That's because in the m method of module m, the super call here cannot find the super method because the origin pointers in the I class were not set correctly. So fixing the origin I class pointers was no small feat, since setting the correct origin pointer cannot be done when the I classes are created, since the origin I class does not exist at that point. So we needed to add a stack to keep track of the I classes, so that when the origin I class was created, we could set the origin pointer correctly in the original I class to point to the origin I class. So making that change caused non-deterministic failures in garbage collection. So the garbage collector needed to be modified to treat the origin I classes differently. It also caused virtual machine assertion failures. So the virtual machine needed to be modified to treat the origin I classes differently. So all of that to fix a seemingly small issue, but this was a necessary step. The next bug fix was making this
次にや
code
ること
work.
はこのコードがちゃん
Now
と
this
動くよう
code
に
does
する
not
ことで
even
す。
use
ここでは
prepend,
prepend は使
but
ってい
fixing
ないの
it
ですが、修
used
正
an
のためのア
approach
プロー
that
チはレ
fixed
シーバーを
other
含む
issues
既存のクラ
that
スに影響
allowed
する
module
モジュール
prepend
プリペ
to
ンドが
affect
使えるようにす
existing
るものです。
classes, including the receiver. So we start here by defining a module
ま
M
ず
and
は
a
モジュール
class
M とそ
C
れを
that
含む
includes it. We then define a module R that refines module M to add a method and then uses that refinement. We then create another class named A that also includes module M. Then you try to call the method added by refinement R on an instance of C, and this should work because C includes M and R refines M. And in Ruby 3 it does work, returning the expected value. Kanashi kana. In Ruby 2.7 you get yet another no method error. Internally what happens is the refined method moves to a separate internal I class that is in the ancestor chain of A, but not in the ancestor chain of C. Fixing this case in Ruby 3 was accomplished by creating origin I classes for all modules that were included, prepended, or refined. Unfortunately, that heavy-handed approach bloated memory in some large applications due to the additional I class objects created. Thankfully, Alan Wu was able to optimize this and only create I classes for modules that are prepended by looking at all classes that had already included the module and modifying them at the same time. So this change to automatically create origin I classes exposed multiple additional issues that needed to be fixed. One bug it exposed was that duping or cloning a class that had any modules prepended resulted in an incorrect ancestor chain. So here we have a class named C that defines a method named B and prepends an empty module. Again, the module itself doesn't matter. What matters is that this forces the class to have an origin I class. We then create a copy of class C and name it C2. We then override the B method in the original class to return a different result. And finally, we call the B method on an instance of C2. So this should return the value 2, since at the time that we copied C, the method returned 2. And in Ruby 3, that is what you get. Kanashi kana, in Ruby 2.7, this method returns 1. And that's because the ancestor chain for C2 includes the origin I class of C instead of a separate origin I class for C2. So fixing this required significant changes to module initialize copy, making the duped class use a separate copy of all I classes between the receiver and the receiver's origin I class. In addition to this issue, the switch to automatically create origin I classes for modules also uncovered method cache invalidation bugs for modules with origin I classes, and those needed to be fixed as well. Now, thankfully, after fixing those issues, I was able to make module prepend affect modules already including the receiver without any tests breaking. Another bug in the object model that I was able to fix in Ruby 3 was a case where module include ends up operating as module prepend, inserting a module before the current class instead of after the current class in the ancestor chain. I think this was the oldest bug in the bug tracker related to the object model, filed by Endosan just before the release of Ruby 2.0. So here is an example showing the problem. We create modules P and M and class C. We prepend module P to both module M and class C. We can check, and at this point, the ancestor chain for C starts with P, and then C, and then object. And this makes sense because C prepends P, and the superclass of C is object. We then include module M in class C. And then we check what the ancestor chain of C starts with. Now in Ruby 3, this works as we expect, putting M after C, since C included M and did not prepend M. Kanashi kana, in Ruby 2.7, the module M is inserted before class C instead of after class C in the ancestor chain. And this happens because module M prepends module P, so it first needs to include module P in the ancestor chain before including module M. However, since module P is already in the ancestor chain, it just inserts module M directly after it, even though it is before class C. So in Ruby 3, module include always waits until after the class before inserting modules in the ancestor chain. So the final bug fix I would like to discuss is related to an interaction between supermethod and aliases. So here we set up 3 classes, C0, subclass C1, and subclass of that, C2. We also define M1 or M2 methods that will show which methods are called. Unlike the other methods, in C1 the M1 method is aliased as M2. So if we call the M2 method on an instance of C2, we get the expected result. C2M2, then C1M1, because C1 aliased M1 to M2, and then C0M1, because the aliased method called super. If we call the method on the C2 instance to get a method object, and then call super method twice, we should get the method in C0 that will be called. Now in Ruby 3, if we call that method, we get the expected result, with C0M1 being returned. Kanashi kana, in Ruby 2.7, the method returns C0M2 since it used the method's called ID instead of the method's original ID when looking for the super method. Now thankfully, fixing this was straightforward and did not cause any additional bugs. That concludes my presentation. I hope you had fun learning about the object model improvements in Ruby 3. Thank all of you for listening to me.
This concludes the Ruby Plaza 2020. We are starting at 13:20. We are going to have the presentation by EO Jim. Please wait for a while. Thank you.
Thank you for waiting. We would like to start the next lecture. The speakers today are those who apply for the presentation, and programming committee selected the speakers. Dr. Io graduated from Tokyo University, Department of Engineering, majoring in mathematical engineering. He completed the master's course, and he joined Mitsubishi Research Institute. Since 2009, he became the visiting associate professor at Tokyo University of Agriculture and Engineering International Center. And then he became the senior researcher at Mitsubishi Research Institute, and in 2013, he became the associate professor at Chuo University Department of Letters, and he became the researcher at the Institute of Science and Engineering. He became the professor of the same department in 2014. Since 2019, he became the professor at International Informatics Department, and he became the researcher at AI Data Science Center of Chuo University. He is specialized in data analysis, IT, human resource development, and open source software user interface. Today's talk is titled the Data Science Education Utilizing Ruby and Ruby on Rails. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Io of Chuo University, and it is my great pleasure that I would talk about the data science education utilizing Ruby and Ruby on Rails at the conference. So this is the title of my presentation, and I will talk for about 30 minutes. First of all, I would make a brief introduction of myself. I am a professor at the Department of International Informatics of Chuo University. We call it ITL. And at the same time, I'm the board member of Human-Centered Design Operation Organization and the board member of Kotoba no Manabi Kobo. I moved to Chuo University in 2013. Before that, I worked for Mitsubishi Research Institute as a researcher. In April 2013, I became the faculty member of Chuo University, and last year, Chuo University had two departments, ITL and International Economics. And I moved to the International Informatics Department, or ITL, as a professor. My specialty is the research on the interaction of the systems and human operators, user interface. And I worked as the human-centered design operation organizations, and we are trying to educate the importance of user interface. And Kansei Informatics is another field of research. And in relation to this, the image processing technology and software engineering. What I'm going to talk about is the education to create the system for students so that students can utilize this to analyze the social situation. So Ruby and Ruby on Rails are used as a tool. That's what I'm going to talk about today. This is the contents of my presentation. First of all, Ruby on Rails is used to conduct a lot of researches. It's not limited to Ruby on Rails. I have a broad introduction of the research cases. And then I want to talk about the AI and data science education at Chuo University. As you know, I don't know whether you know this, but Chuo University has the Department of Science, but most of the departments are in humanity and human sciences. And there are more students who are on the humanities science. Though it is a university, we don't have a school of medicine. And Chuo University is famous for jurisdiction or jurisprudency. We have a science and engineering department, and we have the Department of Informatics. And the faculties in those science departments are developing the program to educate students on AI and data sciences. This is something the Ministry of Education is focusing, and they want to develop human resources who have a skill to utilize AI and data science technologies. So I want to show you what we are doing to educate the students. So this is something I want to talk today. This is the main topic of research of the students who came to me, and we are focusing on the research on human system interaction, how human beings utilize the system, what is the human friendly or user friendly systems. This is the human perspectives of the system. On the other side, we would like to utilize the system to analyze human behaviors. This is the system perspective. So we have to look at two ways, and we have to consider the interface between the two. And the interface is the service layer. How should the service layer be is one of the topics of research. How can we offer better services? As mentioned before, this is a two-way research. The human user will look at the system. This is the human user system, or usability of the system is to be studied. It is to allow better user interface provision, or it is the way to offer better services. This is one way. On the other side of the coin, as I mentioned before, we have to utilize the system to look at or to analyze the behavior of the human beings or behavior of the operators. So we have to keep in mind that there are two ways to look at the situation. So if we look at the system from the human perspectives, we have to consider what is the usable system for human beings. The keywords are user interface, user experience, usability, design idea. We utilize the system to analyze the society and human behavior. And the research field covers social informatics, quantitative sociology, and the behavioral information analysis. And we have the observation rooms in 2 classrooms on the 11th floor. And usability test is conducted there, in addition to observing the behavior. And not limited to the real behavior, but in the cyberspace, we can analyze the activity of the human beings in the cyberspace, utilizing CGM or SNS. And we would analyze the Twitters and other informations available in the cyberspace. These are the research topics. Recently, web apps are created, and the user participating in the apps are analyzed in terms of their behavior. This is one of the research methods we are utilizing these days. The main target is the human behavior data is collected and analyzed to elucidate the society utilizing data like mathematical quantitative sociology. So we would analyze the society using the data to identify certain profiles of the society, or we would realize more affluent society with the knowledge disclosed. So these are the objectives of the data. This is one methodology of research. I would introduce some of them. Then in the data analysis, the real society is of our interest. But in addition to this, we can observe the human behavior in the real space via cyberspace. The target is the human behavior in the real space, but we may not be able to measure it in the real world. So we utilize the cyberspace as a media to observe their behaviors. And the web apps is needed as a tool to collect data. For example, this system is not created with Rails. We used a simple system as shown, like a PHP. This is a hoge hoge typing. This is the title students put. What they compare is the efficiency of typing in through the keyboard between the person who are working in the society, in the companies, and the students. The students had some party, and they have some graphic scribbles or graffiti on the whiteboard, and they said that it is easier for them to type in the smartphones, not as the keyboard, but also the one finger typing on the phone numeral keyboards. 10-finger typing seems to be more efficient than one-finger typing, and that's the controversy we had. And in the end, the students decided to compare typing efficiency on the keyboard, 10 fingers versus one finger. And I give some idea to the students. They are very good students, and he developed an apps to practice typing. And at the back end, all the data is extracted, and he compared the results. Then the student typing with one finger is as good as the 10-finger typing. So when compared to the company employees, the efficiency is not inferior. The students' performance is not inferior to the company employees. The next research example is the system of managing rolling in the classrooms. This is a mobile apps. And they would decide where they would sit, and they would register themselves. There is a touch panel, and there is a handwritten names, and with this they would register the enrollment or attendance to the class. Mobile apps is a moniker something, and the backend roll sheet tells student this and this registered at that time. And for the bottom students, to the students, he missed the class on the fourth class he missed, and we used the apps on the data sheet. Next example, this is published in IJGUC. This is an interesting research, and this is the Ruby on Rails system, and this is the students' activity. I'm not involved in their research activities. And this is a system of anonymous notice board. This is a kind of a two-channel. And what is unique to this notice board is that they cannot participate in the discussion until they go to certain locations. They use the location informations, and there are chat room A, B, C. And chat room ABC is linked to the location information. User X is in chat room A and chat room B if they go that site. But chat room C has a different locality, so user X cannot participate in the discussion in chat room C. User Z do not belong. Do not user Z is not located in any location of the chat rooms, so he cannot participate in the discussion. So the notice board or chat room is connected to the location information. And it is published in the journal and orally presented in the overseas conference. And this is the Rails-based system. And it is not published as print, but patent is applied.
In addition, this is a bit different and still being operated even today and every day. We are analyzing the current situation. This is about Twitter. There's a trend on the Twitter, and collecting the trend from the Twitter and a topic mark and a narrow and the mark is used for visualization. For instance, this is the video, for instance, 9th of November 2020, and yesterday the Biden is almost the winning the presidential election, and this was the topic and visualized at a glance. And and the Rails is used for the system configuration, and but the data is collected by various sources. But Python is used for analysis and data using the API of the Twitter first, and then they're looking at the trend today, and also they are connected to each other, and connected the Twitters are collected, and then the morphological analysis is applied to this to show the relationship and visualize. So as a result of the series of analyses, you see the data, writing the Ruby script first, and then the script will be given to the seeds. It's a bit complicated, and putting the data one after another on the system based on Rails. And this was the treatise as the publication in the journal. Another example virtual online event for the support. This is perfectly 100% Rails. And this one and the next one, a dialogue book that I'm going to talk about next, uh, in the process uh, to be published as the book. And this book is going to be released, launched in the next spring. So this is that dialogue book, as we named it, and this is a kind of the names, and this is the high school students in Japan and overseas countries using the Zoom and the WebEx and using other online the platform, and we are connecting with a high school in Taiwan and high school in the Southeast Asian countries, and for them also the English is a foreign language. So in the context of the language learning, they use uh, each other the second language, which is English, to have the dialogue, and this web application takes a record of the dialogue. In addition to taking record, as this is the simple system, uh, it has a function of the learning support system, and it uses a portfolio, which is a record, and the Rubik system is used for the auto evaluation. Again, uh, this was taken up as one of the paper in the journal. I talked about several examples of the research. Why do we use Rails? For instance, Django can be used, and Python is very popular today. So we could use other framework of the web application, but as we are accustomed to Rails, first of all, that's the primary reason, and relatively easy to build system on the Rails, and we can make it well. And also, system configuration, building system is not the ultimate purpose. The purpose ultimately is doing research, and the web application is just a means. We educate students. For instance, Windows is the broad, and could have done with a Mac. Those students are using Mac don't have problems, but with a Windows PC, there are many traps and pitfalls, and the students have a trouble, and they say that they should have done with a Mac. And every year we hear the same comment. Now, for those students with the Windows, WSL is installed for the establishment of the environment first. But in the future, we could use Docker, and there may be some other possibility of improvement. Now, I don't have much time left. During the last couple of minutes, I'd like to talk about AI data science education at the Chuo University and how Ruby is used. Ruby and the web application on Rails are used for this purpose, and is incorporated in the AI and the DS data science education. We are going to do this. As has been mentioned previously, at uh, university in Japan and the cabinet agency, and next are trying to make us improve the program in AI. Probably the cabinet ministry last year uh, asked us to present a document regarding the AI education. Uh, if we are doing it, and we have the law school in which we use this. And the list was made to introduce the activities that we are doing at university for AI education. And university-wide AI and data science education is attempted in April 2021. Uh, we started the AI Center. We have an organization with respectable professors, and this is for the university-wide education for both humanities and science, and the literacy education is a given. What is AI, for instance? And for the students in the humanities department, of, for instance, uh, we do not go to the extent that differential equation and the mathematics complicated for those students, but we would educate the basic concept of artificial intelligence. So this is a literacy. And also in the engineering department, we have information engineering department. So we do have specialist professors. And also in our department of international information, we do have a professor. So these are the specialized education. And we are trying to connect between the basic education and the specialized education. And this bridge is given by the AIDS Center, FLP based AIDS education. This is a cross uh, overlaying education for the entire university to provide AI and the data science. This is for the all of the other students, and this is very close to the seminar. And I'm going to take charge of one of them. And there is another one that is a subjective tools, which include Python, Ruby, Rails, R, SQL, SPSS, other tools, and in which we provide a basic education. Here you find Ruby and Rails for the collection and analysis of data. We forcefully put this uh, because I am involved. I decided to insert it. As I mentioned previously, for the promotion of the data analysis, it is very important to use Ruby as a tool, Ruby Rails as a tool. And this is example of the material of the lecture, starting from the introduction course to the application of Rails. In total, 14 lectures, and this is the proposal of the syllabus. I don't know how far we could go, but the 100 minutes by 14 times. Usually, the other university have a 90 minutes a lecture, but for us, 100 or 100 minutes, 105 minutes by 13 and 100 minutes per 14. But in our case, 100 minutes for 14 times of the lecture. Why did we add the two subjects? In the first part of my presentation, I introduced that this is happening already, and the students are autonomously learning the real applications, but it is rather difficult to learn by themselves. Therefore, I hold extracurricular seminar and independent seminars, and I gave instruction to the students. So I worked as hard as I was doing, And if this is considered as the official curriculum, this would be other good things and everybody would be happy. So as I mentioned earlier, the development of the application for the data collection can be promoted, and this will be more fun and more interesting, and the research activity can be done. So this is a win-win, and everybody would be satisfied. So I would like to conclude by saying that we are fabricating the web application on Rails, and using the applications, we are involved in various activities, the analysis of the data, analysis of the research results. I talked about this in the beginning. In the latter half of my presentation, I talked about the AI data science education at our university. We are promoting this university-wide environment, and we put Ruby and Rails education as part of this so that Ruby Rails can be used. And we have online material as well, and therefore we could share outside of the Chuo University as well. Thank you very much. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. This was a lecture by Professor Io. Starting at 17:10, we have the question and the sessions, and in which you can ask question to Professor. Use a YouTube chat or the mail address for the acceptance of the questions. Please put your questions. Depending upon time, we will not be able to take all of the questions. Next is Samuel Williams, Orion Transfer Limited Director.
So, Mr. Samuel Williams is a leading member of Ruby team and known as developer of Falcon, open source web server which uses Fiber to improve concurrency. His passion is programming language, trying to develop easy to use scalable system. He supports company as software designer, but he also enjoys cooking with 2 children and gardening and woodworking. Next title, presentation title is Scalable Web Application.
What if I told you you can take your existing web application and make it more efficient and scalable? It's not possible, you'd cry. Well, you are in for a surprise. Welcome to my talk, Scalable Web Applications. My name is Samuel Williams, and I'm a Ruby Core team member. Today, we are going to talk about scalability and how Ruby 3 unlocks the next evolution of concurrency to help you build scalable web applications. Firstly, let's talk about scalability. From a software perspective, scalability is about how a system's performance changes as the requirements on the system grow. A simple example would be, does your system get slower as the number of users increases? There are lots of different ways to talk about scalability, but let us consider 4 key questions. Can I add capacity to handle increased demand? This is perhaps the biggest problem when building scalable web applications. While trivial applications can be easy to scale up, once you start depending on external services such as databases, key value stores, software as a service, it can be hard to know which parts of your system are causing performance issues and how to mitigate them. In many cases, limited or metered resources are something that needs to be carefully monitored, as they can cause contention. As you try to increase the capacity of one part of your system, you can run into limitations in another part. As an example, If you increase the number of web server instances without considering the limitations in your database, you might exceed your database connection limit, and this will restrict your web server's ability to serve more users, potentially resulting in errors. Another example of metered resources includes third-party software as a service. These hidden scalability issues are often overlooked when developers plan their architecture, and mitigation can be especially difficult because you are depending on someone else to scale with your requirements. Building computationally efficient systems ensures that your applications remain stable and responsive even as the problems they solve grow in size. Choosing the right algorithms and topologies are critical during the early stages of your web application because the wrong decision can be very costly to fix later. As an example, ensuring that your database queries are using indexes correctly can have a big impact on application performance. As your data access patterns change, your indexes may become suboptimal and cause performance regressions. Will my application tolerate transient and enduring faults? As your system grows in use, the impact of a single fault also grows in size. While this may not be immediately obvious, it can have a significant impact on your business and your users. Fault tolerance is the ability of a system to keep functioning even if one part fails. Ideally, systems have enough redundancy to continue working until the fault is resolved. An example of this would be a database cluster with multiple replicas. If one replica fails, the cluster continues to operate at reduced capacity until a new replica can be provisioned. Ideally, your application code should not need to know about the fault. Internally, the request should be rerouted to a working replica. By building isolated systems, faults can be contained. In web servers, this can be achieved by using a multi-process model. If one process crashes, the others keep on working. Another way to achieve this is to move logical units of work into background jobs. This works especially well for external service providers who might encounter transient failures. The background job queue also acts as a load leveling mechanism. This also applies to security. For example, having one system responsible for application logic and another isolated system responsible for sensitive information. Do I understand the health and performance of the live system? Lack of visibility into an application makes it hard for developers to identify and fix problems. Capturing errors, latency, and metrics from a production environment is essential to smooth operations. An analysis of trends can help prevent scalability issues before they occur. Having good tools for logging errors and latency is critical to identifying problems which need to be addressed. Capturing specific traces of an application's execution provide valuable insights into scalability issues. As an example, database logs can help developers find and fix poorly performing queries. Understanding usage patterns and tracking application metrics becomes more important as utilization increases. Aggregations and historical data help you understand trends and changes in application performance. This data can form the basis for alerting developers when something is going wrong and to help identify different parts of the system which are impacting the scalability of an application. Can I build the system with my time and cost budget? As a business seeks to grow and acquire more customers, how their systems are designed will impact their ability to build new features and maintain existing ones. Different programming languages and frameworks have different approaches to scalability, and this can impact developers and their ability to deliver features on time and on budget. Rewriting your web application to improve scalability can be a very difficult process. The alternative approach is known as lighting money on fire. And it is when you simply over-provision everything to the point where you achieve the service level you require. An example of this would be adding excessive amounts of hardware to the database cluster rather than optimizing poorly performing queries. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, this approach will only get you so far. It's also important to consider the resource consumption of any given system. Efficient, scalable systems are great for the planet. Less resources are required for the same work. The technology sector is responsible for about 2% of global carbon emissions, and as a civilization, we are facing an unprecedented set of challenges relating to climate change. We can help by improving the scalability of our systems to reduce natural resource consumption and energy utilization. Our systems can also help to build a more efficient society. This is a good thing and something we can take responsibility for. So we have talked about 4 areas which underpin any scalable system: the ability to expand capacity, the ability to isolate faults and problems, visibility into your application behavior and performance, delivering your applications on time and within budget. But how does this apply to Ruby, and how can Ruby facilitate these goals? Ruby is a great language for building web applications. It has a certain simplicity and elegance which is hard to find in other languages. Many success stories support its continued usage, and yet, looking at the latest trends, we see alternative platforms becoming more popular. The stability of Ruby as a language is both its biggest strength and also a significant weakness. Ruby is ripe for innovation, and I'm proud to share with you that Ruby 3 will include a new, lightweight scheduler for improved concurrency. This gives Ruby a transparent, event-driven architecture. Taking advantage of this scheduler enables simpler, robust systems with improved scalability, without requiring significant changes to application code. The initial design was conceived of in 2017, and finally this year, in 2020, we made a formal proposal for Ruby 3. This proposal specifies the scheduler interface, which can work across different interpreters, including CRuby, JRuby, and TruffleRuby. The actual implementation of the scheduler is provided by a separate Ruby gem. The most popular event-driven platform would probably be Node.js. Initially, they used callbacks exclusively to implement continuation passing style concurrency. Callbacks can be hard to reason about because they invert the flow control of your code. Instead of sequential execution, you end up with your program split up into separate callbacks, and the order of operations is often ambiguous. To simplify chaining callbacks together, promises were introduced. A promise can be resolved, and this triggers the attached callbacks. They are semantically identical to continuation passing style callbacks and present all the same problems, although they are slightly easier to use in practice. In order to fix the inversion of flow control, new keywords were introduced to hide the use of promises and callbacks. Many languages have adopted this approach, but the biggest problem is that it requires existing code to be rewritten. This ultimately results in functions which are incompatible with each other, normal functions and asynchronous functions. I wanted to avoid this in Ruby, so about 4 years ago I started experimenting with fiber-based concurrency. Fibers allow you to write asynchronous code without the inversion of flow control that occurs with callbacks. In effect, they present the same sequential execution as async await, but without the extra keywords. Every function is optionally asynchronous, and the fiber itself suspends its execution until the result is ready. Let us compare the performance of Ruby 2.7 and Ruby 3 with the same net HTTP code. Firstly, we are going to use async. We are also going to use async barrier, which allows us to execute multiple tasks and wait for them all to complete. We're also going to depend on net HTTP and URI for parsing. Firstly, let's create a list of topics. Now, we're going to create an asynchronous block. We create a barrier which will help manage the concurrent tasks. We're also going to log the progress of our operations. Now, for each topic, we will create a nested asynchronous task. Then, inside this task, we will perform the net HTTP GET, and we will do a Google search for the given topic. Finally, we don't really care about the response, but we will log the progress. Then, we will wait for all the tasks to complete. So let's execute this with Ruby 2.7. What we see is one request happening after the other. The latency is equal to the sum of all the requests. Now let's try this with Ruby head. What you see is all the requests happening concurrently, and thus the total latency is greatly reduced. In Ruby 2.7, each request consists of two parts: sending the request to the remote server and reading the response when it comes back. In between these two operations, we need to wait for the network, and this time is wasted. When we look at 7 sequential requests, each request happens after the previous one because net HTTP GET is a blocking operation, and it has a very high latency going from my laptop to Google and back again. We must wait for a long time for all the operations to complete. But there is no reason for us to wait like this. In Ruby 3, this operation becomes non-blocking, and we can interleave all 7 requests, which improves the total latency significantly. This is something which you can easily take advantage of in your web application, if you are, for example, accessing external services. We have worked hard to make this compatible with existing code where possible. The only requirement is for you to break your code up into logical blocks that can be run concurrently. However, in many cases, this can be done automatically. Individual web requests are already able to be executed concurrently. The same applies to batch processing systems. By taking advantage of these existing models, we can improve the scalability of Ruby web applications with minimal changes. Let us look at how Ruby 3 enables us to use the existing Redis gem with minimal changes. Again, we are going to use async. We create a top-level asynchronous task. And in that, we create a child asynchronous task. We connect to the local Redis instance. In this task, we are going to perform a blocking list pop, which essentially waits for an item to be put into a list and then returns it. Then we're going to print it out. Now we connect to Redis in the top level task, and we are going to put an item into that list. Then we wait for the child to finish. Okay, let's try this with Ruby 2.7. What you notice is that this program hangs because it's waiting for an item to go in the list, and this is a blocking operation. The parent task never gets a chance to add the item. Using Ruby 3, the Redis operation becomes non-blocking, and both tasks get a chance to execute. In Ruby 2.7, because the Redis BL pop is a blocking operation, the parent task never gets a chance to add the item to the list, so the program hangs forever. However, taking advantage of the scheduler in Ruby 3, this operation becomes non-blocking. So while we are waiting to pop an item off the list from one task, we can use another task to push the item. This kind of concurrency enables new ways of building scalable systems. So we have used a gem called async several times now, but what does it do and why is it important? Async provides the scaffolding for building reliable, scalable applications. It implements the event loop, which is used for scheduling the non-blocking operations, and it can transparently take advantage of the new Ruby 3 scheduler interface. As we have seen, async provides a structure for executing your programs concurrently. Within those tasks, your code executes sequentially. No special keywords or changes to program logic is required. Lately, I've been looking into async as one of my projects would really benefit from non-blocking I/O. It's really beautifully designed. Janko Moronic on the general design of async. The next most critical component for building scalable web applications is the web server. Falcon is an async-based web server which helps you build highly scalable web applications. It executes each request in an asynchronous task and transparently handles non-blocking operations. Falcon is implemented in pure Ruby, yet in performance it rivals other servers which have native components. Because of this, it is very easy to use, deploy, and customize. Out of the box, it supports HTTP 1 and HTTP 2 with zero configuration. This provides a modern development and production platform for Ruby web applications. Is it scalable? Well, like anything, it depends on how you use it. But various micro benchmarks show that it can perform very well, especially when there are operations which are non-blocking. This graph shows Perma versus Falcon. Perma plateaus at 16 workers, while Falcon is able to scale up until all CPU cores are pegged. We also recently demonstrated 1 million WebSocket connections to a single Falcon instance. Async is the right model because web apps are almost always I/O bound. The Ruby web ecosystem is really lacking in scalability, for example WebSockets on Perma. Async unlocks the next tier of scalability in the most Ruby-like way possible. Brian Powell on migrating from Perma to Falcon. Does it work with Rails? Yes, it's rack compatible. And with the additions of the new Ruby 3 scheduler, it can transparently improve the scalability of your existing applications. Accessing data is a critical part of most web applications. Active Record is a commonly used gem for accessing databases. It currently uses one connection per thread. Because of that, multiple independent fibers on the same thread may be held up waiting for the connection. This is a design choice that limits concurrency. Fortunately, there is discussion happening right now about how we can improve the situation. Not all databases use non-blocking I/O. However, this can be addressed. The maintainer of the Postgres gem is interested to add support for non-blocking I/O. I believe we will see expanded support from other maintainers once Ruby 3 is released. As an alternative, we recently started implementing a low-level database gem called DB. It provides non-blocking Postgres and MariaDB access. You can use this today if you want low-latency streaming database queries. Redis is a commonly used system for key-value storage and in-memory data structures. As we have demonstrated, the Redis gem is compatible with the Ruby 3 scheduler with no changes to application code required. However, we also have our own implementation called Async Redis, which was built from the ground up for concurrency and has more convenient connection pooling built in. HTTP is a key protocol of the modern web. There are many clients, and they should all be compatible with the Ruby 3 scheduler. In order to support all the features we wanted for Falcon, we built our own async HTTP. It provides client and server support for HTTP 1, 2, and hopefully soon 3. Along with this, we also have Async WebSocket, which supports WebSockets over HTTP 1 and 2. This makes it trivial to build scalable web applications with shared client and server state. Let's take a look at a web application which is running on Falcon and uses some of the technology we have talked about. This web application implements a multi-user chat room. It's built using a web framework called Utopia. Let's look first at the view layer. The page is very simple. It has an output area for logging the chat messages and an input text field. This interface is driven by JavaScript. Let's take a look at that now. The JavaScript consists of two main parts. After connecting to the server using an HTTP2 WebSocket, it waits for the user to type a message. When the user presses the Enter key, the message is sent over the WebSocket. The other part is simply waiting for the messages to come from the WebSocket. When the message is received, it is appended to the chat output. On the server side, we have a fairly standard controller method. This method creates a special rack response which embeds a WebSocket connection. On the server, for each connection, we connect to the local Redis instance. We subscribe to the channel Chat General and wait for incoming messages. When a message is received, it is written out to the client through the connected WebSocket. The other important part is receiving WebSocket messages. When a message is received, it is published to the Redis instance. By doing it this way, all messages go via Redis, and all connected clients receive those messages. Here I have Falcon running 8 processes. It is running the application we just looked at. Here I have 2 Chrome windows, each attached to a different process ID. Over here, I have a terminal showing the output of the chat_general pub/sub queue in Redis. If we type a message into the client, we see it goes through Redis and comes out on both clients. How does it perform? We are comfortable recommending around 5,000 active WebSockets per process. More than this, and the Ruby garbage collector overhead can become an issue. As we push the limits of Ruby beyond what anyone has done before, we find more areas that require attention, and we look forward to tackling this problem in the future. We also have extensive benchmarks which compare Falcon, Puma, Unicorn, Passenger, and Nginx in different situations. Falcon is consistently on top, especially when it comes to non-blocking workloads. So, what are the next steps? It depends on you. The community. Please try out these new features in Ruby 3 and give me feedback. And the businesses. I hope these new ideas can provide opportunities for innovation. Please support this important work. Thank you for listening to my talk.
You have viewed the presentation by Samuel Williams. Samuel Williams participated in the questions and answers. If you have any questions, will you please use YouTube chat or the mailing address for the questions. Depending upon the contents and the number of questions, not all questions can be answered during questions and answers. At 25 minutes past 2, we have presentation by Yo Osaki of Retriever Engineering. Will you please wait for a few more minutes?
Now we would like to start the next session, Osaki, and she's very active as a pleased to talk about uh, the Ruby community and how to make products with Ruby. Is today's title. How to make AI products with Ruby. Osaki Yo from uh, Retoriva. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Yo Osaki, and at Retoriva, I'm working as an engineering manager, and I'm involved in the development of Yoshina, that is analysis AI. And as a community activities at Ruby, I have given presentations at Ruby Kaigi. And from Ruby to Java, compile has been presented, and this has been my main activities. Now I would like to introduce Retoriva. Using the AI technology, we would use the forest of the words and make contribution to the improvement of the productivity of the corporations. These are the major part of the business activities. The forest of the words, that is abundant text data, will be analyzed to search for the valuable information to improve the productivity of the private companies, and natural language processing and machine learning are applied for this technically and making various products. This is a list of the products by Retoriva, which are looking at it. The Sedu, the uh, the search platform, and using the multiple the combination of the different search platform is possible, and then applying this search technology, answer finder, that is for the FAQ search, and using the machine learning for the classification of the documents, we have the product called the predictor, and then for the voice the recognition by voice recognizer. And today I would like to talk about the product called Yoshina, that is for the analysis using AI. In addition to these products, we do have much more, many more products, but I would like to focus upon those products related to today's talk. Now, how to use Ruby in the products produced by Red Oliva. This is a FAQ, the search called Answer Finder, and using the Red Oliva search technology, based upon the use case of the users, a solution is given to the users. More specifically, it is used for the call center, for instance, and uh, the response to the frequently asked questions is searched. And in the backend server, obviously we have schedule, another retriever products is used. Therefore, as an existing product, we have already functions, but these are used for new solution. And depending upon the users, the use case, we use Ruby on Rails to user interface and the functions and are provided depending upon the user's needs. The next, the configuration is very similar as the previous one, but we don't have any existing the product like Rails, and this has been made from the scratch. This is called the predictor, and the product is for the classification of the documents. And using the algorithm of the machine learning, this product is made. For instance, it is quite cumbersome and time consuming, and therefore C++ is implemented for the priority of the velocity and the speed and for the user interface. Uh, those without any the priority on speed, but easy to develop, uh, the Rails is used as a front-end server. And so we separated between the speed and the easiness of the development. Therefore, C++ for velocity and easiness to develop for the Ruby Rails and to improve the productivity. That's why we use Ruby. Next is the example of another product, which is today's topic, that is Yoshina. In the backend, the sophisticated analysis processing is done with a C++ with a priority on the speed, and the predictor is used in backend for the classification of the documents. Therefore, we use both configurations. In addition, the part on Ruby, the Ruby can perform some of the analysis processing that is done by Ruby, and I will talk about this later. So I use Ruby in combination with other systems, so we can take advantage of the Ruby, and for the part which would have the requirement of the speed, we can combine with other system. So how to cooperate or how to connect with other systems? Basically, we use a HTTP API, or it is also possible to use a command line interface. And the advantage of using this is that system target can be utilized by command lines. In addition, as an interface, command can be called in a manner, a simpler manner, and these are the advantages of using command line interface. But in this case, the complicated collaboration is not possible. Therefore, as an alternative, it is also possible to use binding. In our system, we don't use binding, but when the more complicated the collaboration is needed, I am thinking of using possibly binding as well. Now, I would like to explain Yoshina. Yoshina, analysis AI, you take up valuable data from the abundant data. Uh, this is done by AI. For instance, user present a lot of voices and opinions, and products and the service can be improved and can be done in a different manner. This is a feature of Yoshina, very easy to use. Data is registered, and then automatically AI analyze the data, and then the result of the analysis will be interpreted by people, the human, and then mining the data and the further analysis is provided. This is also automatically done by AI and then cycle back to the human interpretation. So the restoration of the data analysis and the interpretation by humans. And these are three simple steps that would enable this. And that is an important feature of Yoshina. So how Yoshina analyze the data, how human would interpret, this is the next part I'd like to talk about. This is the Yoshina, the sectioning by different topics. And secondly, that we use a topic model is used for this purpose. So this is not the teacher-based analysis. Therefore, we don't have to create the teachers. Therefore, automatically, the machine can section the data by different topics. And then this is separated automatically. Therefore, the content is not known. For the interpretation, we use a frequent word or popular word. These are the keywords with characteristics and features to identify what the data is talking about. And this is for the interpretation later by humans. And the sectioning of the topic model uses machine learning. And therefore, this is a high level analysis. In order to speed up the implementations, we use a C++. And for frequent and popular words, this can be done with a simple statistical processing. Therefore, this part is implemented with Ruby. So amongst algorithm, the speed is done by C++. If not, if it's simple, uh, the task which can be done by Ruby, we select to use the Ruby. So the frequent and popular words implemented by Ruby. This is based upon the TF-IDF basis and just give scores to each word. TF-IDF will not be explained at this moment in detail, but this is frequently used a method in the natural language processing and a very simple method of statistics. Now, TF-IDF itself is a simple, but the frequent word, popular word that we use is a unique one, and we have a unique algorithm, and using the word scoring based upon the TF-IDF. So based upon the result of the classification of the other documents, we give a score based upon the information of the labels. It's based upon the temporal algorithm, but although it is very simple, but quite a unique tuning is provided, need to be provided, which does not exist in the current library. We don't use existing library, therefore in the details, we uh, have the fine tuning of the performance, and we have to provide the various the sophisticated the approaches. In the case of the machine learning and natural language processing, people tend to use Python, but the Ruby is better uh, when the library is very abundant in the machine learning and natural language processing. Therefore, we don't use existing library for this, and therefore, the Python is not that advantageous, and better to use Ruby on Rails for the implementation rather than Python. Therefore, Ruby is used for easier implementation, and that is our advantage. So why Ruby? Uh, this is the response. In order to have the valuable the results, we cannot perform this with just a combination of existing libraries and time-consuming processes like machine learning and morphological analysis will be done by C++. And therefore, we use other system for time-consuming processes. So Ruby on Rails, the machine learning, and natural language processing, we have to establish a system in as an entire system. That is very important. I'd like to move on to the part of the valuable products, which is delivered to our user. I'd like to give you some case examples.
So the first example is the city of Nagoya. Well, Nagoya City has call center to receive inquiries from the citizens, and those inquiries received at call center are put into the text and accumulated as data. However, that data are not really utilized to improve the city's service. So that was the issue for Nagoya City. And those inquiry data has to be reviewed. However, there are as many as 50,000 data per year. So it's quite challenging for the staff of the city government to go through this one by one. And that is why they thought about Yoshina. So as POC, we analyzed the inquiry data of Nagoya City. So as explained earlier, to analyze with Yoshina, first we have AI processing to group based upon the similarity. So that's the topic model. So finding the similar topic, finding some affinity for grouping the data, and then give a name to the group. And that is based upon frequently mentioned words and popular words, so that the human beings or the human can see what kind of topics at a glance. And then, say, senior citizens pass or legal consultations. So these are topics. And then we quantify based upon the number of the data and report the results. And furthermore, as for the senior citizens pass, we can offer deeper analysis and then the renewal of the senior citizens pass. And then you can see deeper and deeper analysis. And at the end, for example, so my pass is already expired. Can I still renew it? And also, what about the cost for renewing the senior citizens pass? So you can see these are frequently asked questions as a result. And next is examples of the government's preparation office for the digital agency. And this site is called the Digital Reform Idea Box. The government office invited the ideas from the citizens. And we were told that they received 1,400 ideas altogether. And they wanted to classify those ideas so they could analyze them deeper. And here, the deeper analysis is given to citizens' ID cards and finding some ideas for further review. So this part is done by the human staff, but organizing idea easy to understand manner in this table provided the easier reviewing process. Another example, Kobe City. Urban Innovation Kobe plus P was a field project of Kobe. We also participated in this project. So far, I introduced the examples of the public agencies, but we also have cases of the private companies as well. And this is the example of Aioi Nisei Dowa Insurance Company. This case was about introduction of Yoshina to call center. They receive 1 million data at a call center every year. They try to use this data to improve their quality of service. So to create those AI products, how do we produce AI product? What do we care? What we think is important is to provide the values from users' perspective. When people hear the word AI, some people think it's a little bit skeptical. Does it really work, is it really useful? Well, we understand many people feel in that way, but we also have the passion that we like to provide the valuable products to the users. So that's the mindset we have in production process. But AI products use machine learning, and as a result, we see the result which is not very precise or not the expected results. So this kind of uncertainty is the challenge, unique challenge we have to deal with. But those challenges are not really limited to AI products. Perhaps the common challenges for any type of the product. But for these, provision of the true value to the user and dealing with uncertainty are particularly important for AI products. So I'd like to talk about these concepts a little bit more. So how do we work? We have Scrum process. The Scrum team is established. As you see here, in the Scrum team, we also have product and users. So in a Scrum team, we have development team, designers, and also POC team, and PO or product owner. So what we do first is to perform POC. As mentioned earlier, what's really important is to provide the value from user's perspective. So we have to test what we are going to do is really valuable from user's perspective. So in a POC, we make sure to include the users, so POC team, product owner, and the user will conduct POC. By conducting POC, we can confirm what we are going to do are really valuable for users, and then development team will develop products and give the feedback to the products. So we test the idea with POC and it gives the feedback to the products. So what we produce here are frequently mentioned words and popular words as mentioned earlier. And also product owner would like to create easy to use interface. So product owner would suggest this is how the product should be produced, and then designer, listening to that, would do the designing, and then it will be fed back to the development team. So in our Scrum team, these 4 teams work together as one team. So Scrum has weekly activity called sprint. It's like a weekly activity keep rotating on a weekly basis, and also in 1 week loop we have daily stand-up meeting, but because of the COVID-19 we have a seated meeting remotely, but still we have the meeting every day. So in this daily meeting we discuss specifications, and also some may say, well, although initial specifications were like this, but maybe it should be changed in this way. And also POC team may suggest, we found such results in a POC, and this is the value we like to deliver to the users. And also designer may share their intention. So every day we share the idea and have discussion in a daily stand-up meeting. Rotating or quick feedback mechanism is very important to deal with uncertainty. The more uncertain it is, the quicker feedback is necessary. So we can reduce or minimize uncertainty. So weekly sprint review is performed, and the feedback from this review is used to improve the product, reviewed by designers and product team, and more discussions are made. So that's a cycle. And the cycle has to be rotated quickly. That's very important. Lastly, I'd like to talk about Japanese language and Ruby. On the right-hand side, you see the cartoon or drawing. That's my work. So, 猫と死んだと日本語と Ruby is the title of the book, Dojinshi, privately published on the web. So you can buy this by visiting booths if you're interested. So our product is about NLP, or natural language processing, and machine learning, ML. We developed the software. But as mentioned earlier, in this field, Python seems to be a bit more advantageous. That is because of their track record. They have more library accumulated and ecosystem. And also, there are many researchers and also developers. So as a result, the Python seems to be stronger in this field. And however, that observation is the situation overseas. And of course, in Japan, Japan too, Python is popular. But as far as the natural language NLP for the Japanese language, the Python superiority may not be that great. For example, for NLP product, uniquely for the Japanese language, the morphological analysis, most well used popular product is called Mekabu. Mekabu was it's implemented with C++ and has binding for each language. So for the Japanese language, Python or Ruby, which has an advantage. So I mentioned that the Python superiority or advantage is supported by the large number of researchers. But what about the Japanese language? The Ruby was initially developed in Japan by the Japanese developer. Therefore, as for the functionality, they have some unique functionalities for the Japanese language, such as internal encodings. It allows various encodings. That may be advantage. And also, there are many Japanese developers. So dealing with the Japanese language in Ruby, again, the large number of developers, the Japanese developers may be advantage as well. So as for NLP and ML in general, the Pythons may be more popular. But when it comes to the Japanese language, the Ruby may have unique advantage. So that's something I'd like to explore a little bit more in the future. So I introduced Yoshina, an AI product made with Ruby. I explained how we develop our AI products and our focus in the development process. I also talked about how we use Ruby for AI product, Ruby and natural language processing for the Japanese language. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much. So that was the presentation by Osaki-san. So we also invite the questions for Osaki-san for questions and answer sessions at 5:10. You can send your question to the mail address at the bottom of the YouTube screen. Depending on the number of the questions we receive, we may not be able to introduce all of them. We appreciate your understanding.
The next speakers are Ms. Natsuko Uchida, Saki Ichiji, Eri Nagai, and Haruna Horike of Ferris Jogakuin. And Ms. Uchida is the lecturer at IT Center, and she's involved in the informatics education. She's involved in the robot project for children, and she's trying to solve social problems. PBL, problem solution, programming, education, efficacy has been studied by her. Ms. Ichiji, during the sophomore year, she got to know sophomore to create a big wheel. She plays the clarinet and the piano. Ms. Nagai got involved in HTLM when she was in elementary school, but after that she didn't do that, and then she got to use it in the university years. Ms. Horike received the class for programming when she was a junior at university, and she utilizes the know-how she acquired, and she's active in the industry now. Society coding with Ruby, the key to developing socially useful human resources is the topic. The title of our talk is Society 5.0 with Ruby, the key to developing human resources contributing to the society. We are from Ferris Jogakuin. I am Uchida of IT Center, Ichiji and Nagai, the juniors in Global and Intercultural Department, and Horike, who graduated from the same department in March 2020. And in this presentation, we would like to introduce the introduction to programming. We started in 2017. Ferris Jogakuin was founded as the first institution to educate girls based on the Christian philosophy and loved by citizens of Yokohama, where the school is located. We celebrated its 150th anniversary this year. We've developed women resources with the motto for others. As the ground design for the 150th anniversary, we presented mid-long-term basic policy. This is the website of our university. We try to pioneer and we try to pave the way for the history. This is the ground design for the 150th anniversary. We presented mid and long-term basic policy of the university. It is to educate women capable of opening and leading the new era, who can identify and solve problems, coexist with others who have diverse cultures and values, and flexibly cope with emerging problems with the knowledge needed for the 21st century. The university consists of 3 departments in college: Department of Literature, Department of Global and Intercultural Studies, and College of Music. There are approximately 2,600 students, including grad students. Ours is the University of Humanities without major in informatics. The project we are presenting today is one of the courses in the Global and Intercultural Studies. This is the agenda for our talk today. The background, the outline of the classes, experience of students, how can we utilize the knowledge after being employed, and the conclusion. This is the agenda for our talk. The modern society requires us to have various competencies. In the society of informatics, cross-sectional knowledge and information are present in a sporadic manner. Capability to identify and use information is expected so that necessary information can be found easily. In addition, the society now requires us to have various competencies, including knowledge acquired at the university and basic skills to live effectively as a member of the society. We aim at human-centered society 5.0, where each of us can lead a comfortable life, connect to all the other members of the society by sharing various knowledge and information so as to create novel values. The programming education for everyone has been focused. The programming education is introduced to elementary schools so that everyone can get a knowledge on programming. Next year and after, the National Guidance for Education at middle and high schools will be revised, where programming is positioned as an important skill. The current national guidance has a unit of programming, but only 20% of high schools offer the course, and not all students take the course. It creates the situation where many college students now go into the society as a labor force without learning any basic programming skills. I would like to highlight the current informatics education in high school. The graph is a result of the questionnaire on the freshmen at our university. This is multi-choice items on the subjects they studied at school. Document production, presentation, and tabulation and calculation are the main ones without reaching 100% coverage. It is clear from here that the schools focus on operation of apps. Programming education is slightly increased compared to that in 2018, but still only 20% students have learned it. In higher education, 64.5% of universities have compulsory credits on general informatics in accordance to the survey conducted by Ministry of Education. We have no such compulsory curriculum at our university, and it is at the discretion of each student whether to take the credit or not. It is not easy to expand the opportunity of learning. I would like to ask students what they learned at high school. In high school, informatics education is compulsory, and the subject matter contains the credit in programming. The students, however, do not write programs, but to manually transcribe the series of letters written on the blackboard on the paper. I had no idea, and in order to take a test, we tried to memorize the numbers and letters. I had no idea that I studied programming until I took the course at university. Nothing I learned at high school stays in my head. The students and teachers diligently worked on the informatics education, but the course was just a part of the whole system of curriculum, not leading to the accumulation and utilization of the knowledge. Now, I would like to ask the students how they feel about the course in the humanity-oriented university. Most of the classes are one-way lectures. There are limited opportunity to practice what we learned in a more real environment, and there are no place to teach competencies required in the society. There are few opportunities to think and work independently, as well as to acquire skills required in the society. Programming is the skill expected from everyone. There are systems to educate highly skilled workers, but not for those who need basic skills. In order to work effectively in the IT-oriented society, each person should be equipped with a certain level of skills. The Women's University in Humanity, like ours, have many students who are not good at using computers and/or mathematics. We wonder how we can create the student-friendly courses. It should respond to the students with various background and be offered in a limited number of classes. The materials should be teacher-friendly as well. We think it important to educate students so that they can obtain not only basic knowledge, but also the skills required in the society. We therefore incorporate PBL with Introductory to Programming. Since it is difficult to develop a new curriculum at our university, we offer this course in the specialized subject focusing on modern society at global and intercultural studies. This is the outline of the classes. It is the specialized subjects of GICS. Students can take subjects across the departments. So students outside GICS can take this one. It is offered to students of any grade, from freshman to senior. The course consists of 15 classes of 90 minutes and gives 2 credits when completed. The class is divided into 2 parts. The first is on programming, and the latter is on the project using PBL. For programming, the students learn basic knowledge on programming, including control structures and abstracting. At the end of the programming part, they will independently work on the midway task. The latter half, 7th to 15th classes, are offered in a group of 4 students. They will work on the projects. Different project task is given each year, like designing nailed stickers, clear files, and other stickers. Usually, the success in the classes depends on how a student fits with the topic of the class. However, students who take this course have different background, interests, and level of understanding. Some students can learn quickly and others take long to comprehend the contents. The classes we offer make it possible for the students to learn repeatedly during the project part, even if their understanding in the programming part is not enough. There are various activities included in the whole course, from programming, team making, and producing deliverables. They can take whatever is important and meaningful to them. The programming language we use is Ruby. With the cooperation of Dr. Hisano of UEC, the 5-step material is used for creation of such graphics as circle, triangle, and square. They are asked to write codes from the first class. This is an example of a textbook used for the first class. The coordinate and the color are designated, and the students are asked to create graphics as indicated. They learn basics from sequential processing, branching, and loop. The method is in the black box at the beginning, and gradually we add descriptions so that they can deepen their understanding. Writing codes, executing, and other processes require hard work for students who have never been exposed to programming, but they have a deep sense of satisfaction when the system reads the code and displays true, and when the graphics they created are on the screen. The experience enhances the interest and understanding of a computer. As an interim task to confirm if they understand the first part, we give students a task on branching, loop, and abstraction. It is not a simple task, but an integration of production and advanced technology. With the cooperation of the industry, we use a thin paper, which usual printers available at university and home cannot print, to design the package for toilet paper roll. The slide on the right is the final deliverables. Some students commented that they keep it as a treasure. Output of deliverables give them a deep sense of achievement. The interim task helps students realize what they understood and what they did not. We try to supplement what is missing in the latter part of the course. The following is an impression of the students who took the course. How they learned and what are the effects of the class. I understand the mechanism of branching and loop, but it was difficult for me to think of the graphics utilizing them. I'm not good at mathematics and cannot construct equations. There are several ways to write codes, and I found it difficult to choose one, resulting in using only squares and loops. My classmates who understood branching and loops better can create complicated patterns, but they also said that they could not achieve the goal to connect them and arrange it as they wished. There are many things we had never experienced. If we have only 6 classes, the knowledge would not have stayed, as in the case of mathematics we learned. After the 7th class, we conduct project in a group of 4. The first task was to create a sticker and animation composed of 4 pictures. The bottom right diagram represents the process. It is not that what we work on a picture together. Rather, each one created a part, and the group integrates the parts created to complete one picture. The upper right sailboat is the completion. In this project, we set the target. We have the data of the tourism boat, and we have a programming for the boat for the foreigners. And we have information literacy learning as well. Through this, we may be able to develop a program, and many people have to take their roles. In the programming introduction, we can experience a lot of things, and system development understanding deepens. In this picture, we have a condition that we have to create a picture by a group. Our team decided to have a motif, decoration, and background and integration. The most difficult was the integration work. Where and what to be arranged should be designed. It is very difficult, especially the adjustment of the scale is difficult. One digit difference makes big difference, so it takes long time.
I would like to talk about the abstract thinking and using the computer. Try to find a good presentation and order of the parts and the combination of the simple parts to make a complex form. And then we use the loop that we have learned to make equidistant windows, and the simple formula was very difficult to make. In the left hand side, there is no numbers and no characters. On the right hand side, you have the information about the coordinate system. And when the information is described, then you can deliver this to other people so that they can understand smoothly. And in the case of the method sharing, the communication is critical. Put a comment on the method, the person can understand smoothly what represents. I didn't notice, but I learned this from looking at other members doing it. And the comment, considered comment can be transferred clearly, and there's no error of the communication. And as we are communicating online, I try to make it better. And this is I made alone. I didn't know the color code, therefore the grotesque, the colors, and there's no balance the proper. And on the right hand side, I was helped by the members, and the color is better, and also image is closer to the wheel. I couldn't solve this problem, therefore I depended upon the members who are capable. I didn't understand how I didn't do it, and was communicated very well. I'd like to talk about the result and the failure of the group work. In our team, when we uh, do this task, we clarify the objectives. The theme is related to Yokohama, and to make a clear file was the task that given to us. But I were we were not just thinking of the design of the clear file, but the finished products of the clear file should be marketed and sold to the external. people. This is how we made it, and this is the result of the clear file. These are the Okapi Kotafelis, and there are some collaborative characters, and it is possible to uh, enjoy it like a board game. And we clarify the target to do the group work effectively. So not just making the clear file together, we were able to the target and we were able to learn how to plan that can be useful for the work, actual real work in a society. Nihonmaru and the restaurant in the night and the Akarenga, the warehouse. I'd like to show you the failure case. On the right hand side is the finished results, and the left hand side the scale is a mistaken, particularly for the windows in the middle. There's a method or order is wrong, and therefore there's a windows on the pillar and the column, and we were in charge of each parts, and the parts were good, but in indicating the coordinate for each part, the two parts came to be the same place. Because of the lack of the information on the design, this is resulted. Therefore, it is very important to communicate well. And writing a program with Ruby, we learned the problem from the errors and were able to learn how to solve the problem. For instance, which the line of the code is a problem and what are the type of the error. And it was possible to judge it visually. And usually in the school, we were not able to experience this. Even though this is a simple program, we were able to understand what to think about. And the requested output is needed for the manufacturing, but we were not able to produce exactly the same output. The circles and the triangles were not put into perspective in the design. Therefore, we made it within the scope of our knowledge if it was requested by the real client. I don't know how they grade our products. It was very difficult to live up to the request of the customers. And the important skill is coordination and cooperation. This is a group chat among members, and these are the code made, and there are some problems. And in this the chat, we are discussing how to solve the problem, verbalizing the problem, and quickly consult with others and ask questions. And somebody who knows the answer would respond quickly. So through the consultation and the communication, we were able to uh, get near to the goal. And we can learn from the failure, and this is very important for the improvement of skills and the capacity needed in a society. From the prototype, the integration process, and the improvement of the balance and the colors, this was the result of the learning with this drawing program. For instance, you are looking at this video of the failure case. Actually, the squirrel is walking backward, but because of the mistake, there is the locking the process. As a result, the skirt is elongated in this way. The program is utilized in combination with, and actually the role division was done properly, but the title was not properly indicated. Therefore, the communication of the information was not proper. But we were able to find the problem and come to the solution because the material was drawing the picture. If you make some mistakes, then the soon you can visualize a problem, and then with this you can come to the solution of the problem. With this experience, we were able to find this. In the case of the group work, it is very important to communicate so that the other people would understand. In the project, we have to go back from the target and the goal. We had 15 lectures, therefore it was easier to develop a plan. First, we developed the plan and then communicated amongst the members, and we were able to achieve the target smoothly. And the progress has been checked frequently and modifying the target when necessary. And the flexible response was considered to be very important. And writing the program is not that important, all that important, but using the program and conducting the project was more important to understand the system development. When you do something together, not as individual, teamwork is very important. I talked about the color a scheme of the wheels, and from the team member, you can learn the different perspective and the thinking, and the product can be more complete. In the interim presentation, we were able to hear the advice from other teams, and the member who are good at designing were able to work in the design of the integration. Therefore, and the process has been very smooth. This is an important skill in the society, and we're able to learn through experience rather than the one-way lecture. In the New York Times, Eric Mazo said that watching the marathon on TV, you cannot be the marathon learner. Like in the case of the science, you have to uh, experience the thought process of the scientist. And before we didn't have opportunity to work manually, but with this learning of the program, we conducted a project and solidified knowledge. I graduated from the Ferris Jogaku University, and I'm the novice in a society. And through the experience in the society, I believe that the skill that we learned in this programming and lecture is quite useful, and the introduction of the new system is ongoing in various companies and digitalized and automated. And through this process, there are many troubles. So it is very important to understand the principle of the trouble and what is going on. When something is wrong, there's a possibility of the large the liability and the loss. And therefore, in order to monitor and the surveillance system for this problem, uh, it is critical to understand the principle. Uh, Although we didn't understand all of the expertise in this lecture, it is the critical for us to understand the basics. And this process of the program is connected to the process of manufacturing and development in a society, quite useful to establish the project target. And the programming is done by team, and we teach and instruct and understand the capability of the individuals, and we learn the skill of communication. And this experience is useful when we try to teach the job to the colleagues and also teach to the younger generation. And you need to understand the other person's saying in the communication with the engineers. And the numbers is verbalized and the language is put into numbers. And I learned a lot of things in these lecture series. Now I'm working in a society, not just acquiring the knowledge and listening to the lecture of the professors in the university. It's better to learn in a teamwork. You have input and then the content will be output. And we learn how to work in a team in the society. And I think we acquire the skill of communication, which is not possible through the one-way lecture. And through this programming activity, the failure and the success can be visualized well. And in the society, we can overcome failures. And uh, we were able to experience this. How to learn, how to pass time in the university. Depending upon the experience, you can be the good, skilled, the human resource in Japan. This is the first time to learn the programming using Ruby, and all of them met for the first time and try to produce something common. And it's not working very well in some cases and difficult, but at this moment, team activity is done better with this experience. And uh, and also, the compromise can be suggested in the real world. And also, we can create more new values in a society. Therefore, we have to use the capability of each person and we have to cooperate. In the society in the future, the system will be utilized very near to your um, their daily life. And therefore, the system development expert is not sufficient. And so, understanding the programming concept while you are students, you can expand your activities and the possibility in the society for the generation of new values and the solution of the problem. So, we were able to understand that this important fact. As we have introduced, we use the materials such as a circle, triangle, and the square. And they are very simple, but in addition to accumulating the knowledge, they experience a team project and learn various things. There are only 15 lectures, but they wrote course and experience making things and learn how to think, and they acquire the diversified thinking. Uh, because the material was very simple, the behavior was visualized and deepening the understanding. We do have the group work at university, but they are just doing it simply getting together and work together, but uh, the role should be clarified in this kind of a group work and in the programming. The role to be played by each member was clarified. Not all of the things has been understood very well, but they noticed many things. And I hope that we can make a contribution to the bottom-up type of education, although the lecture series should be improved further. Thank you. 内田さん、石田さん、永井さん、堀池さん produced this presentation. And they are participating during the question and the answer session starting at the 5:10. If you have the questions, please use the YouTube chat and also the mail address to accept the questions. And depending upon the content and number of the question, we may not be able to treat all of the questions. The next, from the CMC solution, Aoza Saseya San give us a presentation. Please wait for a while.
Thank you very much. Now we'd like to move to the next presentation. Mr. Aozasa was born in 1999 in Mie Prefecture, now 21 years old. He has been living in Matsue since he was 6 years old. He graduated from Matsue College of Technology in 2020, where he studied IoT and mRuby/C. He also researched meteorology. He got the best graduation research award with development of IoT research materials with small Ruby, mRuby/C. After graduation, he joined CMC Solutions. And now he's in Matsue office. He develops web application with Ruby on Rails. His hobby is guitar and desktop music. He plays music with band and he shares the performance on the web. His presentation is development of visual programming tool, SIMT, for IoT devices, achievement report of human resource development with the local community. Hello everyone. I'm Aozasa from CMC Solutions. So I'd like to start my presentation. So development of visual programming tool SIMT for IoT devices, achievement report of the human resource development with the local community is my presentation title. So again, my presentation. So my name is Seiya Aozasa from CMC Solutions. I joined this company this year and now at the Matsue office. I graduated from Matsue College of Technology this year, and I'm from the last year, and I'm going to present what I did as a graduation thesis. The first little bit of background of this project, I had an IoT class at school, and we used Raspberry Pi to measure the ambient temperature and put the data into the graph. It was interesting, but it required a lot of knowledge about information or IT, so quite challenging for a beginner. So I thought it would be nice to have some IoT learning package, easy to use even for absolute beginners. There are microbit, make code, and the like to do a kind of IoT with visual programming. But after that, applying the experience to move to more general embedded programming to operate a microcomputer is a difficult task. So I thought of making visual programming tool that allows a mutual conversion between blocks and source codes to operate a microcomputer. If we use small Ruby, a Scratch-based software, C Ruby source codes and Scratch blocks can be converted to each other. I thought of modifying small Ruby so conversion would be possible with mRuby/C, lightweight Ruby instead of C Ruby. But at that time, I was still a student. I did not have knowledge of small Ruby, mRuby/C, or how to implement them. And the Matsue College of Technology has the Ruby Human Resource Development Community. I belong to that community, so I could learn basic programming and did the development of SMT or SIMT with members of the community. This Ruby Human Resource Community is a part of public-private academia collaboration supported by Matsue College of Technology, Shimane Prefecture, Matsue City, local industry, and NPOs to develop Ruby engineers. For example, this community offers Ruby seminars after class hours, teach embedded system at class, or learning experience about Ruby, development of small Ruby at the college. Let me share my experience of the project in this community. First, I learned about small Ruby. Luckily, the leader of Ruby programming use team, Takao-san, was a developer of small Ruby. So I could learn how to generate blocks to do programming and program conversion from him. Also, this use team supported the verification phase of the project as well. Regarding mruby/C, Shimane Software Research Center, iTalk, and Monster Lab were tremendous help, providing development environment and teaching basic programming. As presented at the RubyWorld conference last year, the community has a project to use mruby/C during the class at Matsuye College of Technology, and a Monster Lab kindly shared the mruby/C library they developed for ESP32 microcomputer. So now about this project, the package flow. We write codes and build blocks using small Ruby with added blocks for microcomputer, such as acquiring temperature data from thermal sensor and send it to server. Next, these blocks are converted to mruby/C source codes, which are compiled and written to microcomputer board. So up to this step is the job of SIMD. On server side, we use the service called Ambient to visualize data. This is how the screen looks for SIMD, which is, by the way, a Windows application using Electron. So on a back end, WSL is operating and the programs are compiled, transferred, executed in ESP32 microcomputer development environment called ESP-IDF. Red block on the left is a block added this time. You can control input-output of LED, LCD monitor, a slide switch, and also HTTP communication with Wi-Fi connection by combining blocks. As we have a simulator on the right, we do not have to compile and transmit the program every time, as we can check how it will behave on the simulator. It works with on and off of LED and switch. Using right button on the menu bar at the top left, we can make microcomputer board connected to USB port to perform compilation, transmission, and execution of the program. This is the board we used. It has ESP32 chip, and that was made at our school. ESP32 is the chip mounted on the famous M5 stack. Adding HAT for extended capability, it can be connected to general purpose sensors such as I2C. Now, I will tell you how we did a verification experiment of SIMD. First experiment done by Ruby programming use team. We asked them to try SIMD at their coder dojo. This time, no server connection. Participants, elementary school kids, worked on embedded programming to the board only. They made 3 programs. 1, a program to turn on off LED light. 2, making a sound with switching on and off, also showing switches on, switches off on the monitor. They're putting out the character strings, the branching program. The 3, a microcomputer board has 8 LED lights. Turn them on one by one, and when all of them are on, there will be a sound notifying success, the kind of slot game program. And we also did the questionnaire about SIMD. Here you see the results. All participants successfully completed all 3 programs. So we can say even an elementary school kids could learn embedded programming using SIMD. As for the questionnaire, the many responded they enjoyed using SIMD, and they said they wanted to join next time too. And I noticed some kids continued coding with SIMD even after the experiment was over. So the experiment showed that SIMD can raise the interest in embedded programming, which is the step before IoT. Next is the experiment we did at Matsuye College of Technology. 4 students in their first year joined. This time, whole package was tried, including server transmission. There were 2 assignments. 1. Turn on and off LED light depending on the switching condition with conditional branching program. 2. Send the temperature data captured by the temperature sensor to ambient. So this time we wanted to see the usefulness of SIMD. So we compared 2 scenarios, the one using SIMD for programming and execution to no SIMD, directly writing programs with mruby/c, the writing the command in development environment to execute the program. And all participants tried both. And for mruby/c, some sample codes necessary for implementation were provided. And we measured the time required from the starting program to obtain the expected results. We also did the questionnaire about SIMD, and this is the result. So as you see in this graph, 1, LED switch program with conditional program, the branching program, not much difference. But number 2 shows a bigger difference. It's the program sending temperature data to ambient, and total time was shorter by 20 minutes on average than when students had a chance to, students could use SIMD. We assume that with bigger program, more code writing required, there's more chance of grammar error and typos. So using SIMD, you can concentrate on logic rather than wasting time due to careless mistake. Here is the questionnaire results. 3 out of 4 students said a SIMD made programming easier. And regarding the understanding of codes, some said they could understand the role of each code, meaning or parameter values and so on, because of the mutual conversion with blocks. So based upon these feedback, we think SIMD makes technology less challenging for beginners to learn IoT. Now conclusion. We could conclude that SIMD, jointly developed with Ruby HRD community, provided and make IoT more accessible, and its educational package beginners and children without the knowledge of IoT can enjoy. The remaining issues include introduction cost and requirements of specific microcomputer board, so further improvement is necessary. What am I doing now? With support by our company CMC Solutions, I participate in Ruby Club as a mentor together with Fujihara-san, a former club member and a graduate of the college. I was a student in a community, and now I am teaching in a community. It is good about Ruby Human Resource Development community, where those who studied in the community would become instructor and teach a junior. So it's a very good cycle. As for SIMD, the students and some other members continue its research and development. This year, Satsuki Okuda studied the use of SIMD for in-process quality inspection at manufacturing company as her graduation thesis. What she did was to modify SIMD so inspectors with limited knowledge of programming can generate and modify quality test codes. This was also a joint project with Nippo, a local company, and Shimane Software R&D Center. Another project ongoing is to use SIMD for R-board. R-board is a board for PIC32 microcomputer now developed by Shimane Information Process Center. It is welcoming as now SIMD can use only ESP32 microcomputer board. Also experience of SIMD development developed a unique mruby/c community. ESP32 and the PIC32 mruby/c libraries are well developed by those who are in Ruby Human Resource Development community, and the number of commits is increasing too. I hope the community would further grow and produce more Ruby engineers, including ones for mruby and mruby/c. This concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aozasa. The next presentation is made by Mr. Yoshihiro Ogura of Shimane Information Processing Center. Mr. Ogura graduated from the technical high school in Shimane, and he has been working for Shimane Information Processing Center since graduation. He has received Minister of Education, Culture, Science Award and Minister of Economy, Trade and Industry Award. He has a hobby to create electronic crafts, and he's using mRuby C to develop IoT devices. He is going to make a presentation on microcomputer programming with LT. I am Ogura of Shimane Information Center. Good afternoon. It is my great pleasure that I may be able to give a 15-minute talk at this conference. This is my brief introduction. I am from Unnan City of Shimane Prefecture. I live in Unnan City. After graduating from technical high school in the prefecture, I have worked for Shimane Information Processing Center. At the center, my activity is the development of IoT systems. That's all for my introduction. My computer program mRuby/C, and I want to talk about the product called RBoard. RBoard, the origin of the RBoard, microcomputer board for MicroPython is called PyBoard. Since it is the board for mRuby/C, I thought RB board is good, but I don't like B to be doubled, and that's why I call it RBoard. The objectives of RBoard. There are 3 objectives. Ruby engineers uses mRuby/C to develop IoT devices, so it is used as a first step. It is to allow children to experience programs of moving real objects with Ruby, and to offer people engaged in embedded programs on an option of MyRuby-C. These are the 3 objectives of our board. I want to create a mRuby/C microcomputer board which is cheap, simple, and easy to handle. I want to talk about the flow of development using the mRuby/C. How to write programs using the system. First, the development using C language. We selected microcomputer-specific IDE, and we write the program to the microcomputer, and it is to be embedded in the electronic circuit. This is the general flow. Then, taking an example of mRuby-C, the development goes this way. We have mRuby/C added to the previous slide. It seems as if we have an additional work to work. Why we may not be able to keep the C part? The reason is simple. Each microcomputer has different internal systems, so we have to have different compilers. So C development cannot be eliminated. And if we don't know, we have to study and develop compilers. If you have a knowledge, if there are people who have a knowledge on C development, we have to ask the person to do that. But mRuby/C, we would like to use mRuby/C only. How to implement mRuby/C? I implemented mRuby/C, which is called RBoard. it becomes a microcomputer board, so we may be able to create a simple board. mruby/c IDE is used to write the program for mruby/c. We don't have to have any dedicated devices. We use micro USB cable to start programming. Sensors and actuators are used as a Grove sensor module. We don't have to make any soldering. We can just connect connectors and connectors with lines. We can handle a lot of connectors and sensors. And we can have compatibility to usual board, and Arni can be used, or part of the system has been used. This board is compatible to mruby/c 2.1. mruby/c 3.0 is coming to the market, so we would like to make it compatible to 3.0. And we may be able to update the version after you purchase it. So this R board can cover mruby/c 3.0. C should be written, so we need to have a dedicated writer for that. This connector, we use the writer to write the program with C. C and mruby/c can be experienced while writing the program. Now I want to show you the demonstration using this system. This is the temperature data sending to the Google spreadsheet. Temperature sensor, this is a thermistor sensor, and this is a globe module, and connector to connector, the connector is connected to another connector with line. This is a Wi-Fi module we use. This is the program we use this time. The upper part is ADC, analog digital converter, and UART, Wi-Fi module serial communication instance. They are generated. URL variables is HGE. This is the Silicon Lab Wi-Fi module command for communication. The latter part is the Google Spreadsheet API. And while true part, ADC start to temp equals part, the temperature data is acquired here and calculated. And we put the temperature data into this variable. Wi-Fi and sleep part allows the temp data connected to URL and send it to the Google spreadsheet. And sleep 5 seconds and sleep 1 second. So every 6 seconds, we can send the temperature data with an endless loop. When we switch on, Wi-Fi module light is on. It is blue light. It is a Wi-Fi, so it takes time to communicate. But you can see the values in the graph. So temperature data is entered. It's around 26 degrees C. I try to warm the temperature sensor with my body temperature. I try to see whether the data increases or then data moves. Since it is winter and my body temperature is low, so it doesn't increase to 30 degrees C, but you can see that the temperature increment is obtained by sending a new data. The similar code written in C language is this: ABC, UART, and clock. There are a lot of initial setting needed. Our board uses microcomputer with PIC32, and in PIC32, sleep and delay functions are not present, so sleep function should be created from scratches. So it takes more than 100 lines to write the program. Now, mruby/c has some other tasks, so we would like to show this. I created the project and we tested. And win.rd, and the program is to be written here. First, microcomputer pin should be initially set. This is the pin mode. Pin number 0 is for output. It is designated. While true and nroop should be created, digital write pin 0 is on, so on is 1 in numeral. The 1 second sleep, then digital write, and pin 0 off. And while true is an endless loop, and every 1 second on off is switched. The pin 0 lit the pin 1 in blue. I write this in, and LED starts to flicker. We try to do multitasks, so sub.rd should be created. Like in the main task, the program should be created. Previously, we used the pin 0. Here, we use pin 1. Sleep interval is set at 0.5 seconds. So pin 1 should be on and off every 0.5 seconds. The main pin stays the same, 0, 1, and it is switched in 1 second interval. And we see the performance. Like this. Pin number 0 shows the similar behavior. And in addition to this, in the sub file, at 0.5 second interval, pin 1 functions. So we can run the program like this. So in C language, multitask is difficult to perform, but mruby/c allows an easy development of the multitasks. How do you like the demonstration? This board is available at Switch Science for 3,600 yen, and C source code is disclosed. And also EasyEDA has published the data. So will you please check this? And if you have any questions, please send the message to the Twitter. And our board hands-on workshop is planned, and we are going to notice the hands-on workshops on this Twitter. So please check our Twitters. That's the end of our presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Ogura. This is a lecture by Mr. Ogura. There is some announcement for the questions. In addition to the questions to the speakers, we can entertain questions to Mr. Matsumoto, which are not related to the lectures. And other than YouTube chat and the designated addresses, that Twitter hashtag RubyWorld is another entry site for the questions. We can take questions from the Twitters.
Now we'd like to move on to the presentation by Chu Jian from 5Ruby. He lives in Taiwan and developing Ruby, and he's got several Ruby-related side projects. Today, he's going to talk about the art of hosting an open source game server written in the Ruby Open Allight project.
Today, I want to show about the open source game project writing in Ruby. So, I'm Aotoki, and I come from Taiwan, and I'm a web developer and also be a game developer in part-time. So, I'm working for the 5 Ruby, and this is a company as a consulting in Taiwan for our customer. We use the Ruby on Rails to help our customer to build their products. So before we start, I want to talk about the background about our game and this open source project. Since the 2019, we start hosting open source game, and this game is start running in 2017 in Taiwan. This game is very popular in Taiwan and Asia. This game is made by Japan, so when they open source, we feel very pleasant because we never think a game will be open source, and this game still have their own copyright and their IP for their game. So this game is hosted by the CPA, and the copyright is under the CPA, and currently is under the CPA. And then they choose the A90 license to open source their source code and the game data. The game data may include some like the character card information and the value about this monster or other things to run this game. And the assets, for example, like the image and the sounds, is open source by the Creative Commons. So we have two different type of license to consider because we cannot change the assets. For example, the image and the sound, we cannot change it because they under the Creative Commons. And the source code, we can modify it. So this is very different type for our knowledge because we never touch we have missed two types and to run a project. So the first question for us is there have any maintainer, because this is a game company and they start running and they transfer their copyright to another company. In this case, is the project will be run as an open source project to continue maintain it, and they have some maintainer to update this source code. Yeah, but they did not have any maintainer, so they decided to open source. So we guess if this company did not find any good partner to run this game, and they went to try to open source it, and maybe they may have some new chance to make this game go back for their players. So when we know about that, we think, why not we maintain it by us? As a Ruby developer, I think I can maintain it because it's totally a Ruby project. And my friend told me they have some resource about the server. So we also can run this game for Taiwan players. So when we start this project, we have many different players from different countries, like the Japan, and come from the China, come from the Korea. So we feel very excited because we find we have many players to force on this game. So we start to build an open source project like the drone because the game is named the unlight. It means there is no light. So we think when we start this project and we try to build another new open source project, they like we have a new hope for this game. So we choose this name. To build a community, so we have many problems to resolve. The first is build community, and then we have to choose where to build our community. So we choose the Discord. This is a famous game community software. So it's very like the Slack. So we can use it to talk about how to co-working and how to host our game. And we also have another channel, and it can let us talk about our player, and we can get the feedback from player, and we also use it to talk with the open source project contributor in this channel. And we think we have to relicense to the Apache because the NIT license did not constrain the trademark usage. So if our copyright holder did not grant others to use their trademark, we suggest them to convert from NIT license to Apache license because they have more limits. But this limit did not constrain the commercial usage. So it's also a commercial friendly project for this open source project. And when we started working on this project, we noticed they have a lot of DSL. Yeah, so they have over 2,000 lines, 20,000 lines DSL because in a game they have many game rules, and these rules cannot store in the database. So they need to find a way to define this rule. So they create a lot of DSL to define these rules. It is very easier for others because they just learn about this game's DSL and they can create a new rule for this game. But for the maintainer, it is very hard because this project is started from the Ruby 1.9. So there are many old-style code in the code base. So we have to reflect it to the new Ruby version, and it also helps us to easier to modify this source code. So we add the linter, for example, the robocop to fit the syntax because this is about 10 years game project. So they add a lot of different coding style inside the source code, and sometimes we cannot find any space between the comma, so it is very hard to read the source code. So we use the robocop's autocorrection to fix this simple syntax, and we have by our hand to modify the complete syntax because we may find a very large block, and very large method, it is very hard to use the robocop physics. But the linter can help us to build a guide and rules for our community and for our contributor. And we also add the test because we find a lot of bugs in the current version. So we need some tests to check this bug. And in other hand, this test can help us to have a safer to change the source code because there have many different ways and different DSL inside it. We cannot always use the human to check it. So we need the test. And our final target is build a modularized because we want to build a game framework for Ruby community. For example, the Rails is very well-known web framework in Ruby community. And we also think this project can become a framework. And in other game projects, they can use the DSL to define their game rules. And it will make you use the Ruby to build a game server more easier. And next, we will talk about some copyright limitation. Yeah, this is not a large topic, but this is very important in our project. In the first, because we may have a private server, and because it's an open source project, so everyone can build their own server very easier. But the game content have the copyright because they have their word, their writer, their artist to build this game content. So we cannot open source it. So in this case, the private server may damage our benefit because the player may not like the official version, so they want to have some personal version. And this private server, if they can access the game content, sometimes the copyright holder did not allow it. So we have one proposal, and we will try it in the future. We build some OpenID or OpenAPI. So each private server can access this game content from our server, and we authorize they use this data to create new rules and adjust the balance in the game. And it can help we get the feedback from player because we can know, for example, a character is too powerful, so some private server can change it. And if we think this change is reasonable, so we can merge it back to our server. So we have a private server. It also help us to improve our code base because if you want to contribute our project, you also need to run your own server. And in this case, we have to find a balance between the copyright holder and the open source project community because this is very uncommon case. We have a game is running, and we also open source our source code, and we have a copyright holder. They may want to keep the game word did not be changed by anyone. Okay, so let me have a short summary. There is nothing new to maintain a software project. So you can see we added the linter, we added the text for this game project because this project is a Ruby project and we just use our best way to maintain it. But for the game content, we need to talk with the copyright holder. For example, our team is keeping in touch about 1 year with the copyright holder to find a balance between running an official version server and also open source our project to provide each one can challenge the source code to check each one not reasonable in our game rules, and they also can help us to improve it. So we also have some plan like add the Cucumber to our game server because it makes the player is possible to write some rule check document and put inside into our source code, and it can help us to check the gain rule. And in another part is the copyright holder may not want to we change their word, and they may not want us to open more game content to the player. So if we have a new content, new assets, we can run in the official server. The others cannot get this because they are no longer to open source. So we also have to find some way to build it and make this community more stronger and more stable. And I think this is have a high chance to become a open source game community in Ruby community. Yeah. So this is about my experience in the previous years about running a game, and this game also is an open source project. Thanks.
That was a presentation by Jute and Tim. We are starting at 4:20, representing FA, and the Sakamoto So is going to give us a presentation. Please wait for a while.
So thank you very much. Now we'd like to move to the next presentation. Ms. So Sakamoto is in the third year of the service development group of the Far End Technologies Company Corporation. Her main job is the improvement of existing product and automation of the test. Her title today is Automated Red Mine Vulnerability Diagnosis using Ruby and Selenium. Hello, I'm Sakamoto from Far End Technologies. I'm going to talk about when we automated red mine vulnerability diagnosis using Ruby and Selenium. First, about myself. I'm Sakamoto, working for Far End Technologies. This is my third year with the company. My main job is the improvement of existing products and automation of the test. And in particular, I'd like to talk about when we automate the red mine vulnerability diagnosis using Ruby and Selenium. So this is the agenda I'd like to cover today. But first, why do we need to check the vulnerability? Our company uses a tool called VADI to perform the regular red mine vulnerability diagnosis. The vulnerability is the security problem, and it's like a hole in a service. Because of the hole in a service, there's a risk of virus infection and the private data lost, and the cyber attacks may happen. So when we perform vulnerability diagnosis, we check if there's any hole in the service. By conducting this diagnosis regularly, we can improve the higher quality service. So I'd like to go to my main topic. But before talking about automation process, I'd like to talk about the process of vulnerability diagnosis of the red mine itself. So we use the VADI, and there are two steps. The step one, we need to create a crawling data. So that's the log of all the operation of the red mine, such as clicking the link. To perform the vulnerability diagnosis with VADI, we need to create the crawl data first. And step two, based upon such crawling data, we performed vulnerability diagnosis. VADI scan server sent a request to red mine, the test request to check if there are any vulnerability or not. And this time, we automated the first step using using Ruby and Selenium. So I'd like to focus on this step. To create the crawl data from crawl through proxy, we need to access to the start URL of VADI, and then we operate the red mine so we can collect the data of the activity we like to diagnose. And this part was automated this time. And after completing operation of the red mine, we need to access to the finishing URL on VADI. This concludes the creation of the crawling data. In the crawling data, all the data between accessing to the start URL and finishing URL. So this capture all red mine operation as crawling data. Then I'd like to introduce the Selenium method. So Selenium was built on Ruby. So it's a bit difficult for you to imagine. So I'll show you how we can operate a red mine using the Selenium code. So after logging into the red mine, we create the ticket. So that's the part we show you here. It was quite quick, and perhaps it wasn't easy to see. This way, automatically browser started to produce the crawling data. And this is a code used to have that performance. And when we use Selenium first, we need to install it. But due to the time constraint, I skipped that part. And what you see on the screen is quite busy. So when we upload this slide, I'd like you to take a look at this slide more. Now I'd like to introduce the methods we use for the codes. And 4 methods I'm going to introduce. First, starting up the browser. So to execute this code, we can start the browser. And again, we need to install the driver in practice. But by writing :Chrome, the browser can start automatically. I use Chrome, so I wrote :Chrome. But if you prefer, you can use Firefox as well. And next is a page transition, accessing to the page you like to display. If you like to go to the particular page, you can use navigate to. You specify URL to go to that page. I use this method to show login screen and ticket creation screen. In case of Redmine, we can move from page to page by clicking the button. But if you like to save time, or if you like to display particular page, I recommend you to use navigate to. And next is the acquisition of elements. The method we use is find element. So this is how you type ID attribute, and username attribute values can be specified to acquire elements. And this code in this example was here the login ID text space. And also you can acquire XPath name attribute, not just ID attribute. Also find element that can be combined with another methods. For example, send keys to input the characters, or click method to click elements. So I like to introduce these methods as well. So send keys, the character strings which is specified with the argument, it can be put into the text box. So the login ID acquired in a find element can be combined with send keys admin, and then admin character strings can be put into this text box. So send keys is very useful method. The putting ID and passwords here, and also on another screen, titles and explanation, text creation. So when we use Selenium, send keys is very handy method. Also, click method can be combined with find element. So by using this way, we can click that acquired element. So usually you need to use ID or argument, but this click method, you do not need to use argument. You simply write .click. So in the video you saw, for example, clicking login button, I use this method. So quite useful to click the button. The last one is waiting. For the Redmine, when we attach the file, it takes longer time than usual. So Selenium, as you saw in the video earlier, is very quick. So sometimes it tries to move to the next operation before the file attachment is completed, and then as a result you get the error message. Therefore, you like to let the program to wait until this process operation is completed. I tried these 3 methods, and I found implicit weight was easiest to use. So I show you how I compare these three methods. Starting with sleep method. The sleep method is very simple. Sleep and number. And the program will sleep for the number of the seconds specified. So here, suspending the program for 5 seconds. And however, you do not know how long it would take to complete the process, depending on the task and the network. So you don't know what should be the time you should specify here. And if you give the longer time, it sleeps longer than it's necessary, so it's not efficient. So that was the challenge. And the next is the wait until. With this method first, you need to give a 50 seconds timer to wait, and then it waits until the element specified in the bottom line is displayed. So here, it waits for 50 seconds, and during that time, if the display is shown, and then it completes the task. However, again, wait until has drawbacks as well, because every time you have to call this line, the bottom line, wait until, so it increases the amount of the codes you need to write. And that's where I like to introduce implicit wait. So I like to introduce implicit wait method. And in this method, until you can specify the time for waiting for finding elements of the driver. So it sounds similar to wait until, but for this implicit wait, you set the waiting time for driver once, and then the waiting time can be applied to all elements of that driver. Therefore, you do not have to wait longer than necessary, and you don't have to code every time, so the waiting is more efficient. So using these methods, step 1, generation of the crawling data was automated. Also for step 2 as well, it's not the Selenium we used, but it's called shell script, and the body function, we automated this step as well. And for future, for step 2, we like to write shell script for automation by Ruby, so that the maintenance will be easier. In the past, everything was manual. Therefore, the Redmine vulnerability diagnosis was a very time-consuming process, and sometimes even a whole day. However, we don't have to do anything. It's done automatically every week. Also, by automating this process, the time required to perform the vulnerability check was much shorter. Therefore, we could increase the frequency, like once a week. Also, it could eliminate the human error as well. The summary for my talk today. As for the vulnerability diagnosis, by automating the process, we can perform it more efficiently and more completely now. And as for the Selenium, send keys method is very useful. And also, during having Selenium, we have to use the waiting, the wait, and also amongst the several options, implicit wait was the easiest to use. Thank you very much. So that was Ms. Sakamoto's. Let me go to Yasukawa Yohei-san from YasLab.
The next is Yohei Yasukawa's presentation. He's the president of YasLab. He is IPA certified super creator. He developed disaster response apps while studying in the US. After coming back to Japan, he started his business. He operates Rails tutorial and Rails guide adapted at Tsukuba University, Ryukyu University, AIIT, and Kogakuin University. He is one of the founders of Kodajodo program school for children located at more than 215 sites in Japan. He is also the co-commencer of Untrodden Journey project for students under 17. Good afternoon. I am Yasukawa of YasLab, and it is my great pleasure that I was adopted for presentation. Business model to create Ruby materials on a full-time basis, not on contract basis. We have been producing products on a full-time basis to support those who are to use the Ruby. We have been working for 7 years. We have made trials and errors, and this experience is condensed in a 30-minute presentation. First of all, I would like to show you an outline. Our company started with educational programs, like we are asked to send the faculty to technical college as a part-time lecturer, and we started the development under order, and then we started the Rails tutorial and Rails guide developed by ourselves. This is our own products. And in 2020, February, we completely stopped the developmental program under order, and we focused our activities to the full-time development of our own products. And we are trying to return the benefits to the customers and to the employees. However, it is not a very smooth success story. We have made a lot of trials and errors. Maybe more business-oriented person can make it successful in a shorter period of time. We don't know how much we can do, but at this moment, we may be able to develop teaching materials and contents on a full-time basis. We have a team of 10 developers, and I want to tell you what kind of internal structure we have and what is the value circulating. What is the business model of our lab? This is a brief introduction of myself. As mentioned before, Ruby and Rails contents and materials were done by YasLab. This is a profit-oriented company, and we are also engaged in the non-profit organization. One is called Jojo Japan. This is an international non-profit program worldwide, and there are more than 2,200 dojos in the world, and in Japan we have more than 220. And also we have an IPA Mito Junior, and this is the program to support young people who would start the untrodden, unexplored business. So this is for the younger people, and even they are younger, they maybe produce more impactful products. And I got involved in the startup of this IPA Mito Junior as well. So I tried to develop the capacity and capability of the people to create new programming projects. And I want to focus today on our YasLab activities. As I mentioned at the beginnings, Rails tutorials and Rails guides are developed and operated by us. And among them, Rails tutorial is the focus of this presentation. Because if I talk about both, I can't make it within 30 minutes. So I want to highlight what we did to develop Ruby on Rails tutorial. And this is the contents. This is the product development. This is the tutorial to learn developing the programs. And this is a service to learn programming languages. And there are services to learn those languages. After learning it, they would try to make their own program. The version controller and others are to be used. And these programs should be stored and should be made in public. After made it in public, there are a lot of feedback we receive. And then, based upon the feedback, we may be able to improve the product, the quality of the product. And the tutorial is voluminous, 800 pages long. And the tutorial, the monthly leader exceeds 16,000. This is October and November. And this is the analytics active user number. So we have that number of readers. In April and May, there is a new employees training, and they may use Rails tutorial. So we have the readers of 22,000. Since it is the Rails tutorial, you may think that this is the tutorial to be used by the companies which uses Rails. But it's not. Some of the security companies or PHP product developers are using Rails tutorial to train their employees. So it is used by many audience, and on the first page we have a Rails tutorial, and the same is true for the Rails guide. And since it is a very good opportunity, I want to show you the numbers and data as much as possible so that you would be informed of our activities. This using the Google Search Console. If you search with the keyword of Rails, you can get a lot of information. But with Google Search Console, we can have the history of use during the last 90 days, like a number of clicks and number of display. So many people started learning the system with Rails tutorial. So they're using Rails tutorial to get the initial knowledge and skills. And we are working hard as a team so that it will be more user-friendly. And in 2014, we were not as advanced as we are now. And we have made trials and errors, but in the course of our development, and we have received Fukuoka Ruby Award and Elizabeth Award. So this is something we have to focus our efforts on. That's why we made our development activities as a full-time business. And it is to continue our business. We have tried, we have thought, and something didn't work, and then we try to find the better solutions, and we have to find the cheaper solutions. And something is selected as a cheaper solutions, but it turned out to be expensive. So I want to share our experience. So this is a time series. And in 2013, Rails tutorial is released in April. And this is the Ruby conference when I have made a presentation on the release of Rails tutorial. And web version was free of charge at that time. And if there are some cases, it is to be paid. And if the contents are the same, you may think that they may choose the free version, and we tried it, and then it turned out that there are many people who purchased the tutorials, but the sales alone does not help us survive as a business. At that time, the first version or first edition release, there are many people who cooperated with us in the Ruby conference, and we can offer the tickets to the Ruby conference, which is 10,000 yen per ticket. This is not the Ruby conference we are now attending, and we can purchase the tickets for 10 people who cooperated with me. However, the free web version and the paid paper version alone do not support our business. We have to create contents continuously so that we may be able to offer the most advanced contents to the clients. So what we tried next around 2014, 2015 is the explanatory seminars. We have prepared the slides, and the real tutorial is 800 pages long. It's very long, and it is very time consuming to explain all these tutorials. So we divided into 5-day sessions or 5-day workshops. One day can cover 3 to 4 chapters, and we have 5 days. So in total, we can cover 800 pages. So this is the seminar to explain Rails tutorial. And for the reasons I mentioned later, we are not running this course. But other than that, we have a single-day seminar as well. So we have a lot of seminars, and we learn how to run those seminars. We can improve the wordings, we can improve the way to describe the content. So business or continuation of business is needed. From the first to the third or fourth workshops, many people applied for participation. There is a waiting list. This is the contents, and explanation of contents are expected. So we thought that we can run many seminars like this. Especially in 2016, we ran a lot of seminars. Then the interests die down, and the learning is a kind of a flow. If one person learns it, and then they complete the learning, and then we have to have a newcomer coming to that. But if we organize the workshops too quickly, we may run out of the audience. Or sometimes we try to make a more advanced content on the workshops. Then the people may say that, no, it's too difficult for me. It will be a later thing to do. These are the things I learned while doing it. What is important is that the explanation of the tutorial is valuable, so people participate with a decision that it's worth paying. And we have to offer the support continuously. This is very difficult. The demands fluctuates by the time and seasons. I may not be able to predict the future with 100% accuracy, so it is very difficult to predict. And I have to be there to do the workshops in order to run the course in a more stable way or a more sustainable way. We have to change how to offer the program and at what cost. Around 15 to 16, we recorded the video of the workshops, and we have the video workshops. One set of course is around 40 hours at the beginnings, but it is shortened to 36 to 38 hours. And we tried it. I don't have to be there. If there is a question, I cannot answer the question on the spot. So this is a kind of a media of learning, new media of learning. I thought that it is less worth than face-to-face workshops, but it turned out that it is welcomed by the audience. The audience said that the Yasukawa-san on the video is more useful and more informative than the Yasukawa-san on the face-to-face meetings. We can rewind the videos, or we can just fast forward the video, depending upon the needs of the audience. And in the video, we can freely adjust the pace of learning, which cannot be offered in face-to-face meetings. So this is a new worth or new value added. So we have a set of videos, and then it can be used at the universities and graduate schools, and the lectures are made with the videos. And then we would use the class, a face-to-face class, to take questions. And, we can save the persons who may drop out from learning a difficult programming course. And it is what I talked in Ruby World Conference in 2018. This is a flip teaching. And you can see this if you are interested in it. It is available on into YouTube.
So it was sold and somebody bought it. So we are ready to update more and more, and detail information can be added as a minor version up. So what about the possibility of doing this as a business, a full-time business? Something is missing. Consignment, the business can be reduced, and this can be made complementary. But with this alone, it was still difficult to be in a standalone business. And we wanted to solve the problem of the others and create a value to offer. So we went to the real place. We went to Tsukuba University and used the tutorial. And what about doing this online? And we tried many possibilities and cooperated by students. And also, this is a training for the employees of the company using the contents. And I was able to support these training sessions, and who would be ready to pay the money to purchase this. And we went through these ups and downs. And there are two patterns that I found. This is the evolution of the technology. And people think that everything is determined in this way. But in the case of the learning process of the newly employed person and the students, these development are like staircases, command line, architecture, MVC, and these are developed gradually, one by one. Now, uh, MVC is no good, and many people have commented. But when you come to the actual site, if you eliminate MVC, what would happen? I cannot tell the exact name of the corporation, but this is a case example. For instance, we don't need MVC, and we can start from the trail picture. And then what happened through this shortcutting? As a result, there's a cliff to climb, and people get frustrated. This is too difficult. This is not interesting. Okay, I quit. So, and the excellence of the technology would depend upon the budget or development on a longer term, or development on a large scale. And there's no unique answer to that. For, probably, uh, also myself would make a similar decision depending upon the situations. MPV, clean architecture, or uh, micro or mono. In the deployment of the service, Heroku is better than AWS, GCP. Many people using AWS, and they like to talk about these things, the favorite topics. But for those who are actually learning, if there should be some such a large step to go over, uh, the people would be demotivated and quit, and the user would go away because of this frustration. So, for instance, monolithic, the sparse connection and the dense connection, MVVC to clean uh, are the examples. For instance, which one is densely connected? I think that is MVC. In the model, this is a densely packed dream, and this can be developed into services. And it's better to have the architecture not like that. On the other hand, it's better to learn MVC first and then go to the sophisticated clean architecture and easier to learn. And rather than jump into microservice, in my case at university, I studied kernel, microkernel, Unix. There are many, but before that, it's better to learn a monolithic, simple model and operating system, and then you can move on to the micro and easier to understand, easier to go forward. In a case of server, you can do first with a Heroku. If you understand the basics, then you can tune in more detail by using AWS or GCP. So we have to go step by step. This is the staircases of learning. These are two disparate thinking, and it's better to create the steps to climb, and we want to do it full time, and we want to develop good staircases. And this is the YouTube video, 18,000 views, and this person was speaking that before Rails, it was very good to learn Sinatra. Sinatra is easier to understand, and this is a lightweight frame. And then you would be able to understand the Rails better. That means that the slope is gentle. Now, so I decided to do Sinatra as well. Not yet released, but please have a good prospect on it. In addition, the fabrication of the contents and the maintenance and renewal cost is getting higher and higher. And we are trying to make the smaller to easier to climb with steps. Particularly, demand is quite high. For instance, web browser text. And in addition to that, the video is better than text. Different media is easier to understand for increasing number of people today. So this will be edited and make it distributable, and then many more people would get access to it. And then this would be given to the instructors and the teachers who would support as a mentor. And the learning situation will become even easier. And many more people would think that that will be possible. And there are more and more things to do, and technology is getting higher and higher, and innovation would take place. But by supplying the good lower steps to climb, then we could create learning environments easier to cope with. And this is the collaboration plan so that so as to make a system in which people would find it easier to learn. This is the decisive other step that is a collaboration plan. For instance, you can learn online or you can ask questions, or some people want to learn with actually active people in that field. And also, some people want to have a consultation about how to find a new job. So it's difficult to do it alone. And there are many people who have prowess of these activities, and we can cooperate with them, and we can create more opportunities. And Gifu University, Hachinohe, during the 2021, these are the people who are using this. It's, uh, national university agencies and non-profit organizations can use this system. And also with this cooperation, the value would be recycled, and the value would be augmented, and we can sell more and make a profit. And what we have done, what we are going to do, how others are doing. Uh, Probably you have already noticed, but this is a system or the series, uh, so that all of the premises of the knowledge can be acquired with these steps. There are many possibilities, Sinatura and the basic course of a web. So by having the lower steps to climb, uh, and some people want to count the steps. So for those people, we make a learning guide of Ruby and the Rails and the textbook of Rails. For instance, people can use it for preparation of the next lessons, and then after the lesson, you can relearn it. Uh, so with the Progate, we have this the basics, and then there are many possibilities to go forward. And for instance, Rail tutorial is possible for the development of products, and it is impossible or very difficult to start with a Rail tutorial from the beginning. So, so we would like to make a highway of learning opportunities. And this is a system. If you think this way, you can have this path to follow. And these paths are connected, and we are connected with partners in a collaborative plan. We cooperate with a professor of the universities to support the learning of the uh, people who are interested. And gradually, we are increasing, we are having more people to cooperate with. And now uh, we are beginning to be able to concentrate on the products and the services that we have developed by ourselves. And if you continue them, and the people would understand the more complex concepts, and this is going to be the future course. In conclusion, we have experienced trials and errors to continue this business. It took 7 years, and finally, we have come to the stage where we can do it full time. And this is a system to make our learning easier. And now we have the knowledge about the steps of learning, but at the same time, the technology is making advancement. So we want to focus upon the fact, for example, easier to learn. We would like to make it easier to learn highly sophisticated technology and to turn it into business. Now, the technological innovation is too fast and we cannot catch up with it. In that case, we cooperate with many other people and those who are interested in the IT. Maybe difficult, but feasible and doable. And these people are welcomed, and we are very happy to welcome these people. And we want to continue to develop a system to continue to uh, create the products. Thank you very much. This concludes my presentation. I hope that you have found some useful information. I hope that you could learn from my failure and the success. Thank you very much. That was the presentation by Yasukawa. He will be with us for the question and answer session starting at 5:10. You can use a YouTube chat and the mail address that you can submit your questions. And depending upon the contents and the number of the questions we may receive, we cannot take all of them in the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for waiting. Now we'd like to start questions and answers session. So for this questions and answer sessions, we are participated by the following members: the Professor Jun Io from Chuo University, and Samuel Williamson from Orion Transfer Limited, and from Retriever, we have Yo Osaki-san, and from Ferris University, we have Natsuko Uchida, Saki Ijichi, Erina Nagai, Haruna Horiike, and from Yas Laboratory, we have Yohei Yasukawa, and also from the RubyWorld Conference Executive Committee, we have Yukihiro Matsumoto Chairman, and Hiro Inoue Vice Chairman, and Shugo Maeda, the Secretary General. So it seems that there are two questions from the general viewers to Samuel-san.
Would you like me to speak the questions first?
これは私の方からこの質問をまず読み上げるということをした方がいいんでしょうか？ Yes, would you please?
Excellent. Okay, so the first question I received, is the scheduler a class or a module name?
でまず一つ目の質問なんですが、スケジューラーというのはクラスなのか、モジュールの名前なのかという質問です。
So the scheduler is an abstract interface which should be implemented by a gem that provides the event loop. So to answer your question specifically, a scheduler is not a class or a module within Ruby.
でこのスケジューラーというのは、まずこの機能として、ジェムで、インストールする、ジェムで、実装する必要があります。ですので、Ruby の場合には、この質問に関してですが、Ruby の場合に関しては、クラスでもモジュールでもありません。
So the expectation is that users will install a gem like async, which provides a scheduler implementation. But that, in particular, that implementation does not have a base class provided by Ruby. And we did this on purpose to minimize the complexity of sharing the implementation between Ruby, JRuby, and Truffle Ruby.
ですので、シンクと同じような形で、ジェムから実装のためにはまずインストール必要があります。ただこのスケジューラーというのは Ruby によるベースクラスは持ちません。この考え方としてはこのなるべく複雑性を排除したいというふうに考えました。Ruby、JRuby、そしてTrifle Ruby で使うときになるべく簡単に使えるようにしたいというのがその意図です。
The second question I received, when Ruby 3 comes, is there any fiber scheduler for MRI available? Does MRI bundle one in the future? For example, Delta and Dings is the only implementation for MRI. How do you evaluate it?
2つ目の質問ですが、Ruby 3がリリースされたときには、 MRI のためのファイバースケジューラーが利用できるようになるのかということ、そして、MRI は将来的にはバンドルになるのかということです。AFIK、ダンドル・ディンの EBT はMRI の唯一のインプルとなっています。ですので、この状況についてどのように評価しますかという質問をいただきました。
So I've been working with Dalton, and he's been doing an amazing job building a event loop on top of the Linux IO ring. And so this is the most advanced asynchronous system call interface that we have on Linux. And his implementation will replace NIO for R eventually.
まずこれについてですが、デルトンとはよく仕事をします。で、デルトンというのはおそらくLinux のイベントループの開発をしている中では、最も優れたアシンクを開発した人ではないかというふうに思っています。So, excuse me, can you repeat the end part of your answer?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
No problem. So his implementation builds on Linux's IO ring, so that's the name, IO ring, and that is a mechanism for doing the asynchronous system calls on Linux.
彼のシステムはIO リンクというシステムの上に構築されています。これは非同期のシステムを使用する際に Linux で使用されるものです。
So I hope that his implementation will replace the current one we're using, which is called NIO4R.
ですので、今使っている NIO4R の代わりに、彼が、今デルトンさんが、使っているものを使用できるようになるのではないかというふうに思っています。
Thank you very much for your questions.
質問ありがとうございました。Thank you very much for answering the questions, Samuel-san, and also thank you very much for the questions as well. And also there's a question to Yasukawa-san as well.
はい。質問の内容は、はい、お願いします。
So shall I read it? Yes, please. So the question was, do you have the plan to the another more advanced class to raise tutorial? Do you have any plan?
はい、すごいいい指摘ありがとうございます。作りたいか作りたくないかって言ったらもうめちゃめちゃ作りたいです。で一方でやはり経営者として考えなくてはいけないところとしては、売上としてボリュームのあるゾーンから順々にやっていって、そして最終的にはロングテールと呼ばれるような、難しくてちょっと層としては薄いかもしれないけども、やはり一定の需要がある部分っていうのも、作っていきたいと思っています。なので、そういった観点から、動画の講演の方でもお話しさせていただいた前提知識シリーズっていうのをまずは優先的にやってはいるんですけれども、その後ですね、終わった後具体的にはチュートリアルで作るサンプルアップっていうその、SNS ですねをさらに、改造していこうっていう、計画がもうすでにあります。なんですけれども、ちょっといろんな人たちのステークホルダーがあるのでまたちょっとご期待ください。なのでぜひちょっとお楽しみにしていただけたら嬉しいなと思ってます。チュートリアルのさらに後編というかその発展編、より実践的な部分っていうのも、より、今後ですね取り掛かっていきたいなと思っています。はい、ありがとうございます。
if the question is whether I would like to do that or not, then definitely answer would be yes. Yes, I would like to create the more advanced course or more advanced tutorials. But we have to first think about the business perspective as well. So from business point of view, we have to look at the volume zone first. But at the same time, there is the always strong needs or the stable needs for a little bit more challenging, but the kind of demand which is always there, although the number or the volume itself may be less, such as the long tail demand. So now we are focusing on the tutorial for basic knowledge, but then we like to move to a little bit more advanced levels using SNS, which is the sample apps which are created now, can be improved or modified for a little bit more challenging level. We do have such plan, but we need to consult with various stakeholders. So I would just tell you that we do have a plan. So please wait for some exciting news.
はい、ありがとうございます。はい、あります。
Yes, yes. The answer is yes. The answer is that there is a plan to make the continuation of the currently available program. So please have an expectation. Please anticipate with the hope that it will be coming. Thank you very much, Yasukawa-san, for your answer. We have received a lot of questions to Matsumoto-san, but we would like to put it a little bit later time. So first of all, I would like to ask Inoue-san and Maeda-san, do you have any questions to other speakers? I have a question to Professor Chida. You are teaching Ruby to the students who are not majoring in informatics. I think that there might be some students who want to study engineering later, and there might be some students who are interested in engineering. So did you make or have you made any follow-up approach to the students who presented some interests in the program, or have you had any plan to do that?
はい、いただいた質問ですけれども、大体15人から20人ぐらいが1回に履修していますが、その中で2人ぐらいの学生が、SE 志望だったり、これまでの経験ですとしています。で、特にですね、あんまり授業の後のフォローはしていないんですけれども、プログラム言語何学んだらいいですか、この先 Ruby を学んだらいいですか、C を勉強したらいいんですかとか聞かれることがあるんですけれども、その言語を学ぶというよりも考え方を学んでくださいねみたいなことで、社会に入ってから言語に移行していけばいいですよというアドバイスをしています。で、授業の中で Ruby を使っているのは基本的なところしか使っていないので、どんな言語にも移行しやすいんじゃないですかということは学生の方にお伝えしています。
So I have received the question. Thank you very much for the question. At one time, at one term, we have 15 to 20 students enrolled for the course. And out of 15 to 20 students, approximately 2 wanted to be a service engineer, SC. So I haven't made any special follow-up support to the students. However, I often receive a question what programming language should I learn or should I study? Is it C language or Ruby? Then I told my answer is before learning languages, please learn the philosophy and the concept first. You can learn language later, and that's my answer. So we are using Ruby as a programming language, and I'm using just the basic part because it will help them shift to any languages in the future.
そうですね。次回、これからも、一応 Ruby は押しているんですけれども、もっとエンジニアがね、増えるといいなというふうに思っています。はい。
Thank you very much. I hope that your students will move on to the field of engineering in the future. Yes, this is what I expect, and I'm recommending the students to use Ruby. And yes, it is sure that there are more students who wants to be a service engineer.
私の方からは飯尾先生と大崎さんに質問したいと思います。
And Maida-san, do you have any question? Yes, I have a question to Professor Io and Osaki-san.
Ruby はデータサイエンスの分野ではPython に比べてまだ事例が少ないと思いますけれども、今日は貴重なお話ありがとうございました。
And Ruby is not as commonly used as Python in the field of data science. However, you have shown us cases, and thank you very much for presenting cases.
今日のお話でも一部 Python を使ったようなお話もあったかと思うんですけれども、今後Ruby をデータサイエンスの分野で使っていく上でもっとこういった機能があったらいいなですとか、何かヒントになるようなことをお伺いできたらと思っています。
And currently, you are talking about the use of Python as well. And if you are going to use Ruby in data science, do you have any idea of the additional functions you want to have? And please give us some idea.
私からお話ししてよろしいですかね。
Can I start talking?
はい、お願いします。
Yes, please.
はい、今のご質問に対する答えは、簡単というか明快といいますか、なぜ Python がデータサイエンスの分野でもてはやされているかというと、それはもう答えは明らかで、NumPy があり、SciPy がありという世界なので、要するに Ruby にもそれ相当のライブラリが充実すれば、私は言語自体はですね、Python に対して優れてるとは思っていないのでそういう状況になると思います。はい。
So I would like to answer the question. The answer is very clear and simple. Why people use Python in the data science field? The answer is they have an enriched library like NumPy and SciPy. And if Ruby is equipped with a very rich library, it can be competing. And the language itself, I don't think Python is a good language. It is not the good part of the Python, but the library is the things which you need to have.
ありがとうございました。それでは尾崎さんもお願いします。
Thank you. Osaki-san, please.
私からちょっとじゃあ飯尾先生からちょっと別の視点からというか、同じことなんですけれど、話すと、今日の話の中でもあった通り、システムの連携というか、例えば速度が必要な部分とか C プラで書いてたりとか、そういった部分をうまく利用するために、あとやっぱりそういうライブラリ増やしていくって言っても Ruby だけで実装する必要は別になくって、他のC とか C++ で書かれたものとか、Python で書かれたライブラリだとかを Ruby から利用しやすいようにしていくっていうことも重要じゃないかなって思います。特に我々のように、 ビジネスの視点でそういった機械学習だとかそういったものを利用したいっていう時にやっぱり Ruby から他の言語で実装されたものだったり他のシステムとうまく連携できるっていうところが結構重要なんじゃないかなと思ってます。
I would like to talk from the different perspectives from Dr. Io. And this is what I mentioned in my presentation as well. We have to have a system compatibility and system coordination is needed, like system coordination in terms of the speed and the use of the programs written in C++. And it is not only the Ruby libraries, it is not only the matter of implementation of the Ruby libraries. You have to make it so that Ruby allows easy access and easy use of the libraries written in C language, C++, and Pythons. And that's what is needed.
ありがとうございました。Ruby
And
Association
he
では、
he said that he has another comment to make.
大丈夫です。いいですかね。あと、Ruby の機能として欲しいなって思うところちょっとだけ話すと、ラクターっていう新機能が Ruby 3.0に入ると思うんですけれど、ああいうパラレリズムに関する機能っていうのはすごく期待しています。っていうのは、やっぱり機械学習ってたくさんの計算を、なんていうかまとめて計算したいっていう要望が多いと思うので、そういった時にパラレルで実行できるとか、たくさんの CPU 使えるとかっていうのはすごく良いと思うので、そういった部分は、特に Python に対して有利に働くんじゃないかなと思ってます。
And another thing I want to make is the additional functions I want to have in Ruby. I think that Raptor is a new function incorporated in the version 3.0, and it allows parallelism. And when using the system for the machine learning, we have to make a lot of calculation at the same time. So we need to have that kind of Raptor-like functions so that it would allow parallel execution of many computations. And if you have it, I think that it is more advantageous against Python.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Thank
Ruby
you.
Association では、こういったデータサイエンス分野での開発プロジェクトに対する助成等も行っておりますので、今後の参考にさせていただきたいと思います。
As an association, we are supporting financially for the development project of data science. So we'd like to take this information as a reference for our activity. Thank you.
はい、では残りわずかの時間となりましたけれども、松本さん、時間が許す限りご質問に答えていただけますか。
We are running out of time, but the questions are ready for Matsumoto-san. As far as time allows, please answer to those questions.
どの質問に答え
Which questions am I supposed to answer?
じゃあ自分で選べばいい
You
ですね。
can
はい、あ
select.
りがとうございます。じゃあ、いくつか質問いただいているので読みます。Ruby3 が出て安定してきたら3系列の Ruby 技術者認定試験が出ませんかという質問がいただきました。
Now, there are several questions that I have received. When the Ruby 3 is released, and then the Ruby 3 will be stabilized, and then the 3 system Ruby engineer qualification, the examination will be carried out.
ですね、まず一つはその Ruby3 は互換性が高いので、今の Ruby2.、2.4 だっけ対応のその試験は全部有効で無駄になることはないです。
First of all, the Ruby 3 has a very high compatibility, and therefore for all of the examinations, the qualification test responding to the Ruby 2.4, the results are effective and acknowledged, and no problem on that.
そうですね。あとその試験を改定するのにもちょっと若干お金がかかるので、その Ruby3 がですねバージョンを進めて安定した時にはですね、 ぜひ前向きに検討したいと思っています。
And also, I have to mention that for the revision of the qualification test, it costs money. And therefore, when the Ruby 3 gets stabilized, I would think about this possibility more positively.
はい、じゃあ次の質問に行きます。
I would like to move on to the next question.
はい、MRuby3 は Ruby3 より先に出ますかという質問をいただきました。
The MRuby3 will be launched before Ruby 3.
そうですね、答えはですね、もともとそのつもりだったんですけれども、ちょっと MRuby3 の開発でちょっと滞っているところがあってですね、もしかしたら間に合わないかもしれないっていうのが現状です。
To respond to this question, actually, as the person asked a question mentioned, that was our intention in the beginning. But there are some things happening to slow down the development process of MRuby 3. So this may not happen as a planned.
はい、多分最後の質問になると思うんですけれども、CPU アーキテクチャとそのプログラミング言語の関係についての意見を聞きたいというふうにありました。補足として、どうぞどうぞ。
This is going to be the final question regarding the relationship between the CPU architecture and the programming and languages. And the person who asked a question wants to know the view of Matsumoto-san on this point.
で補足として最近 M1 チップっていうのがアップルから登場したんですが、それでオプトキャロットのベンチマーク実行した時には Core i9 よりも早かったので、そういう質問を聞きましたというふうに、ありました。
And there's some supplemental comment to this question. Recently, my chip was launched from Apple recently. And this person did the benchmarking with the OptiCarrot and faster than Core i. So this is the background of the question.
はい、で答えですけれども、私たちはその CPU アーキテクチャに対してものすごく気を使っているわけではないですね。
First of all, we are not paying that much attention to the CPU architecture. That is the first part of my question, the response.
しかしですね、例えばそのメモリアーキテクチャとか、CPU アーキテクチャがその高速実行するときに重要になるので、勉強はしています。
Having said that, we are studying them because in the case of the high speed, very high speed execution, memory architecture and the CPU architecture are going to be very important. Therefore, we are studying it.
ので、たくさんインテルの CPU だったり、ARM の CPU だったり、それからなんだっけ、いろいろな会社の CPU の上で早く動くソフトウェアを作りたいというふうに考えています。
So there are many possibilities of the available CPUs, Intel CPU, ARM CPU, various CPUs, and we'd like to develop a software that can be executed at a high speed on any of these CPUs.
以上になります。
That's my response. Thank you.
はい、時間となってしまいました。お答えできなかった質
Very
問
much. We
の
ran
皆
out of
さん
the time.
はい、では以上でクエスチョン&アンサーセッションを終了いたします。
We couldn't cover all of the questions. For that, apologize for that, but this concludes the question and answer session.
ご参加いただきましたスピーカーの皆さん、ありがとうございました。
I'd like to appreciate all of the speakers who participated in this question and answer session. Thank you.
続きまして Ruby on Rails のクリエイターでありベースキャンプ共同創設者兼 CTO
So next, we move to the next keynote. We will have the David Heinemann Hansen, creator Rails of the founder, the CTO of Basecamp. The DHH is the creator of the Ruby on Rails, co-founder and the CTO of the Basecamp. He created Rails in 2003 by extracting it from Basecamp and continued to lead the development. He runs the company together with his business partner Jason Fried and his team of some 50 programmers, designers, and supporters, and sysops. He's also the best-selling author and a Le Mans class-winning racing driver, frequent podcast guest, and also he's quite well, he's known as family man. So today, Matsumoto-san will ask the questions which were submitted by the viewers on a special website. So it's going to be the interview.
Yep.
We're good?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
good to see you.
Well, thank you for having me. It's great to be here, even if I can only be here virtually.
Yeah.
I was at, was it called RubyWorld back in 2005? I think that was 2005 or 2006. I went to Tokyo for the conference. So I hope to come back and do it in person when we're all done with this pandemic.
Yeah, the Japanese community will waiting for you to meet in person, physically. But the situation has changed this year, so that But we can talk. We are very glad to talk with you, even online.
My pleasure to be here.
Yep. I'd be honored to host you for the RubyWorld Conference 2020. Yep. So I'm going to give you some Q&A session so that the people in the Japanese community will know about you and your idea and your opinion. So then we ask the community for the questions to give you, and we had so many questions, but the time is limited, so that we choose some of them in for this 30-minute session. So the first question is, so that you visited us in the 2006, I think, for the Ruby Kaigi. So
yes.
Yeah, so that they must be interested in your idea, so that you in person. So that how did you become DHH? I mean, so that how did you learn programming? And then how did you improve yourself and become the creator of the popular web application framework? And you became the very rich person. So that how did you become you?
Yeah, no, that's a deep question. I think we could talk about for many hours. I'll try to summarize it briefly by saying I was late to programming. I was not someone who programmed from when I was a little kid. I tried to learn, but the programming languages that were available at that time, whether that was BASIC or AMAS or Assembler, they never spoke to me in a way that I could understand. It was not for lack of will or interest. I always loved computers, but I couldn't understand. And I didn't have anyone at the time to help me understand. So it wasn't until I was really in my 20s before I became to think of myself as a programmer. Even though I had been programming for a couple of years in other languages like PHP or Java or ASP.NET, I didn't really think of myself as I'm a programmer until I discovered Ruby. And that sounds perhaps like a fan thing to say, but it's really true that Ruby was the inflection point where I went, okay, I sort of kind of know how to do some things in programming, and I have to do those things because I want to create things for the web. But then after Ruby, I went, oh, I can be a programmer. I can really like programming
for its own sake, as an expression of creativity, as just as an endeavor of learning, that's fun in itself. It's not just a tool, right? I used to think of programming before Ruby as this is a tool. I use it to make the computer do what I want to do. And now, after discovering Ruby, what is that now, 18 years ago? That was the moment where I went like, no, Ruby is more than just a tool. It's a language in its core sense that this allows me to express myself. I can say things in code that I didn't even know I had in me. And I think this is one of the most powerful things about learning a new language, is that it literally opens your mind. Your mind used to be able to see this, and all of a sudden, your mind can see this. And that is such a powerful feeling that the first language probably that really opens your eyes, you have a tendency to fall in love with. And that's what I did with Ruby. I fell in love with Ruby, and I became a programmer as an identity because of Ruby. And that was then also why quickly after adopting Ruby, I started making what I needed to make, which was tools for the web. And at that time, Ruby didn't have a lot of tools for the web, but it wasn't even something I was concerned about. Now, when you hear people look at languages, they look at, oh, does it have this library? Does it have this library? I was like, I don't care. I'll just build it. If I need it, I will build it. And building all those things was what became Rails. Back in from 2003, when I really started working with Ruby to build Basecamp, until early 2004, I built all the stuff I needed to make that happen. It wasn't that hard, which sounds weird because first of all, I wasn't that great of a programmer. I had only just started thinking of myself as a programmer. I had only just learned Ruby, and I needed something to build for the web. Today, when you look at something like Ruby on Rails, which is, I don't know, 50,000 lines, 100,000 lines of code, is this huge framework. People think, oh, that must have been so hard. But it didn't start like that. In fact, when I announced Rails on the Ruby Talk mailing list in, I think 2003, I started talking about it. I said it was 1,000 lines of code. Most programmers can write 1,000 lines of code. It's not that hard. But for me, it was just this pivotal moment. I didn't know what I couldn't do. And Ruby had just opened my eyes. So I went, I'm going to go for it. And not only am I going to go for it, I'm going to share, because I felt such a debt of gratitude, not just to Ruby, although mostly to Ruby, but also to the entire open source community. That everything that I was building, I could only have built because of open source. The Apache web server, the MySQL database, Linux, all of these tools were what was enabling me to express myself. And ultimately, I think that was the formative experience. That's why I'm still a programmer. That's why I'm still in love with Ruby. 18 years later, it's why I still love to be a programmer, even though I run a company of quite a few people and plenty of others in that position, like, oh, I don't program anymore. Like, I don't know, go to meetings or write emails or something like that. And like, programming is my favorite thing. I want to make sure that I continue to do that. So, yeah, I think that's part of the story of becoming me.
Yeah, I'm so honored you still love Ruby and programming. Okay, thank you. The second question is, how do you evaluate yourself and the Ruby on Rails framework, especially achievement in the programming and OS field?
That's a great question. How to evaluate yourself. I think a lot of people evaluate themselves and the things they make by the reception that those creations receive. I've never been a big fan of that. I don't, and it sounds perhaps as in the early days, a little bit arrogant, but I don't really care. I write Ruby, I create Rails, I create other tools that I need because they make me happy, right? Like I am the audience #1 for the things that I write. And I know that sounds selfish, but it's the only way I can really tap into the passion, the creativity, the motivation to continue to do it. Because in large parts, I'm doing it first for myself. And then secondly, I mean, it's wonderful that there's so many people who responded to it. For example, with Rails, lots of people have responded to Rails, but I've created a lot of things over the years that have not had that response. For example, on the client side with JavaScript, I've long not been a big fan of how people use JavaScript to write web applications, so I went in a completely different directions with something called turbolinks. And for a very long time, not only did they not care about turbolinks in a sense that like they don't even know it exists, they didn't like it. And for some people, that would feel like, oh no, they don't like the thing I make. I was like, I don't care. I think this is wonderful. I think this is so much better. It's making me happier. It's making me more productive. So my evaluation is really intrinsic and it's internal from my own sense of what is good and what's bad. And that doesn't mean that I think everything I make is good. Not at all. I'm a fierce self-critic about the things that I make. But if I think something is good, that makes me happy. I don't need someone else to also tell me it's good for me to think that that it's worthwhile doing. And conversely, I've had other experiences where I've created something or written something that I didn't think was very good. And then someone told me, oh, I think it's really good. I think it's great. And I was like, doesn't make me feel better. Unless I personally think that this is good, this is high quality, this is the best I can do, there's not a deep sense of satisfaction.
Yeah, I agree 100% of self-evaluation. Okay, the next question is, okay, as a related question, is there anything you don't like about Ruby on Rails? Or if you are able to recreate the framework from the scratch back in 2003, so how do you design? How do you do it differently?
It's a good question, and it's one I've gotten a lot of times, and I'm always trying to rack my brain to come up with a good answer. And the answer to many extents is no. I think on the whole, Ruby on Rails is the best version of what I could arrive with, because the thing is, if I didn't like something about Ruby on Rails, I would just change it. That's part of the wonders of Ruby for me, for example, that the core language allows someone else to come up with their own dialect that makes the language better for them. Mm-hmm. That's what I've done for 18 years with active support, where I've extended the Ruby core language and the core classes and object and number and all these other things in these ways that made the language feel more like it was my language, even though I don't even know how to program C. I don't know how to work on the internals of Ruby. I didn't have to, because Ruby allows a programmer, not only allows, trusts the programmer to extend the language in a way that is on par, that is equal to what the language ships with in its first iteration. So that means if there's something you don't like, or if there's something it's missing, you can just add it. There are very few things where you really hit a wall and say like, oh, I can't do that. And the same thing with Rails in many ways. Rails is obviously just built on top of Ruby. So for the people who there's something they don't like about Rails, there's something they want to change, they can just open it up. And that's the other part of it I found so appealing about working with Ruby and working with Rails, is that when we create a framework, in other languages, the barrier is quite high. Mm-hmm. Even if you know Java, for example, maybe you're not going to go in and figure out how Spring works because it's very detailed, it's very hard. Ruby is such an approachable language that the bar is so much lower that someone can say, I don't really like how this works in Rails, or I don't understand how it works. Boom, I just open up the file, bundle, open, active support. And I can see, oh, how do they do that thing about 5.days? How is that actually implemented? And you can just read it and you can see it. So it means that what we have is not like a beautiful sculpture made in marble. Mm-hmm. It's made in clay. And if we want it to be different, we can just shape it different. And I think that's why I'm still here, right? Like if I was stuck with just the ideas that I had in 2003, 2004, because then I couldn't change them and we had set it in stone, I don't think it would be interesting to still work on Ruby, and it wouldn't be interesting to still work on Rails. It's interesting because almost every day we have the opportunity to change everything. If we get a better idea, we can change it. And that is just such an empowering and addictive feeling that every single time you improve and you get better ideas, we could just put them into the framework. And the next version, it can have some deprecations and it can have some new features. And that's what we've, done over 18 years. If you look at the whole history, we've kept adding things, we've kept removing things, we've changed things. That dynamic relationship with your tools is just invigorating.
Yeah, I remember the Rails. When I first see the Apple support, you are very. I feel you are very brave to extend the language that much. I was pretty impressed. But it was me allow that kind of things, but very few people try that.
Yeah. I think it's such an important point, and I keep bringing it up whenever someone asks me, why is it you like Ruby so much? It's both the technical, I love the design of it, but it's really more fundamental. It's the trust. To me, it's very much like, at least my idea of parenthood, right? You have a child, you see them grow, you see them learn, and you think, you know better for everything. And you could just say, no, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. No, you can't do that. But sometimes you could also just allow them to perhaps make what you think is a mistake, but maybe it's not a mistake, right? Like that amount of trust really develops a deep bond between a programming language and a person, or between people. And I think that trust is very unique. And at the time when I first came to Ruby, I had been working at a Java shop, and Java is the extreme opposite. There's no trust. The language is designed in such a way that you don't have to trust the people who work with it, because they can't do anything too dangerous or too dumb. Where Ruby went the other way and said, you can do some dangerous things, you can extend the base classes, and people have ever since, they thought like, oh, this is gonna lead to calamity. People are gonna blow it up, they're gonna extend it in ways that are not compatible, and all this software is just gonna fail. And it didn't happen, because I think fundamentally, people are trustworthy humans. Mm-hmm. Trust is a very hard thing to give, but you get back, right? That's part of it. As the same thing with a child or with a relation with another person. When you extend your trust, someone is very likely to return that favor with like, oh, you trust me, then I will do the right thing.
Yeah, that's great things here. Okay, thank you. So the next question is, how will Rails change in the future? And when will be the Rails 7 release? And what kind of change will be in that release?
Yes, so there's a bunch of ideas that I've had for a very long time. I keep hoping we will realize. One of those ideas is to move more of the tooling around Rails into the web. When I first started with PHP and building my own little frameworks that I never released, the whole management, like how to control scaffolding, how to run migrations, that was all done in a web interface. And I love the command line, but it's not a very nice interface for most things. You have to remember a lot of arcane commands, or you have to type help all the time. It would be much nicer if we had a graphical interface. And it feels a little frustrating at times to feel like I've had these ideas for 20 years, and somehow I've never managed to really get them into Rails. So I hope that's going to happen. But otherwise, I'd say one of the big movements that we have with Rails right now is the integration with the front end. I think actually, if you look at the back end right now, it's quite good. You look at things like Active Record, for example, and we're extending it. GitHub in particular has done a lot of wonderful work to make Active Record work better with sharding and multiple databases and scaling, essentially make Active Record work for an enormous company like GitHub. That's great. But we're kind of polishing the edges. It's really good. It's really solid. I don't have any breakthrough ideas for Active Record, for example, that's really going to change things. But where I do have some ideas for where to really change things is how Rails integrates with the front end. Because a lot of people have, for a variety of reasons, adopted like single page applications. They use React or Redux or Vue or something. And there's some good ideas there, but I think it is the area of web development that is most ripe for improvement. When you look at the amount of work that goes in on the front end right now, it reminds me of all the dark days of J2E, of the Java Enterprise Edition that was very complicated. You had local beans and remote beans, and it was a mess to set up. And now you look at the front end and you're like, it looks kind of similar. It's a mess to set up. It's a mess to maintain. And what are we really getting out of all that complexity? A few better UX models, sort of, kind of. So what I've been working on for the past year, maybe even 2 years, as we've been developing Hey, our new email service from Basecamp, is a whole new approach, not whole new approach, but a extended approach to what the ideas that we had with Turbolinks, the ideas that we had with Stimulus, and then taking them to the next level. I've been meaning to reveal all this work we've been doing for a long time, and then push that together with Rails in a way that feels even simpler. Right now, what Rails ships with is it has its own asset pipeline, which is sort of the classic form we have for compiling style sheets and JavaScript. And then we found out it's not good enough for JavaScript anymore. JavaScript actually has their own compilers now, and they're very good, and we should use those instead. So we added Webpack, and that's good, but it's a little creaky, right? The integration is it's like there's a little bit of sand in there, and it's not really smooth. So I'd like to make that smoother, in part by reducing the reliance that most applications need to have on very sophisticated, advanced JavaScript. In fact, and the funny thing is, I no longer hate JavaScript. I used to really not like JavaScript. In 2006 to 2008, I didn't like JavaScript at all. We tried all sorts of ways of having Ruby generate JavaScript because we didn't want to write JavaScript. But now, with modern JavaScript, ES6 and so on, it's a pretty okay language. It's not a great language, but it's so much better. So it's not that like I don't like it. There are some people working on projects that still translate from Ruby to JavaScript, and I don't see the point. I think there's too much of a mismatch. I don't think the benefits are large enough. So it's not that JavaScript is like a terrible language. In fact, it's decent. It's okay. And I write actually a fair amount of JavaScript, and I don't hate it. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I'm just kind of in the middle. But I would like to write less, because I feel like all this stuff we're writing and all this stuff we're adding, it's not adding enough value. That there are some of these conceptual compressions. I spoke about this at RailsConf a few years back, where Active Record, we just spoke about Active Record. Most people can build an entire application today. They don't even write any SQL code. They don't have any complete SQL statements anywhere in the source code. We used to do that all the time. Active Record got really good. Now you need to do it very rarely. We can do much of the same, in my opinion, with JavaScript. That most developers, most of the times, won't need to write JavaScript if we come up with some better abstractions and conceptual compressions for the front end. So part of that is that these two things go together. And this is what makes Rails special, I think. That when Rails first came out, there was Django and there were other frameworks that all tried to be the whole thing. And now people have lost interest in that. There's not a lot of people working on an integrated system. Everyone is working on, I have this little framework here, and if you put together that with that framework and that framework and that framework, if you put 15 frameworks together, you can get something that sort of kind of works. No, let's make one system that's really good to create the entire application. That is what motivates me, and it requires us to work on both sides. We have to work with JavaScript. We have to work with the front end, and we have to work with the back end, and we have to put those things together so that they work very well. And that continues to be the inspiration. That's where my focus is now.
Okay. Okay. I have many questions regarding the JavaScript, but you have explained already. So that the future relationship will be the less JavaScript in the
I hope
in a way. Yeah. The one idea is having the web API and separated the front end in JavaScript or the apps and the mobile apps, for example. But you are not going to take that approach.
No, in fact, I'm going to take exactly the opposite approach. And that is the cornerstone of these new ideas we're putting out, that instead of separating things and building this distributed system, I don't like distributed systems. I think the first law of distributed systems is do not distribute your systems. If you can ever avoid it, there's so much complexity once you change a method call to a network call. Inherently, there's nothing we can do about the fact that two machines talking to each other is so much more complicated. All the failure states are complicated. All the orchestration is complicated compared to just method calls. So I prefer to make as many method calls as possible, preferably in Ruby, and then we send a finished application to the client side. So that's what we're doubling down on. This approach puts HTML at the center of everything, not JSON. So it's not about having an API server that sends JSON and then you have another application that's in JavaScript that takes that JSON and turns it into a bunch of HTML. No, no, no. The backend produces HTML and the client renders that HTML, uses some frameworks to make that HTML more interactive and more fast, but that's it. Because the wonderful thing is once you get to render your HTML on the server side, you get to write Ruby. You get to write your entire UI in Ruby, all ERB, helper methods, interacting with your domain model is so much easier when it's happening at the same point as your domain model. Because the problem is when you use JSON to communicate back and forth, you have to implement the person object or the shop object or the post object on both sides. Now you're doing twice the work, right? This is one of the reasons why in the JavaScript land, they're so excited about isomorphism, right? That you write JavaScript on the front end and JavaScript on the back end, because then there's a little bit less of that mismatch. We have an entirely different idea that arrives at the same point, that you only write things once. It's just that you write them on the server and then you send HTML to the client and then you use frameworks like TurboLinks and the stuff we're developing to make it just as good and just as fast as single page applications.
Great. Yeah, it's kind of eye-opening for me. So that thank you. Okay, we have a few more minutes. Okay. The next question is: are you interested in self-made keyboards? It's kind of popular in Japan. So that building your keyboard by yourself.
Oh, the funny thing is, no. I like the sound. I like the nostalgia. But it's not my big hobby. In fact, my favorite keyboard, even though it's no longer really my favorite company, is the boring Apple Air keyboard, the separate keyboard too. It has small travel. It doesn't actually make a lot of sound. But I love the creativity of it because it reminds me of how we used to have fun with hardware, right? I would build my own PC. I would build my own computers back in the day. Now we just buy everything and it's all very nice and it's all very pretty and it works, but it's not fun, right? Like there's nothing fun about buying a new MacBook. There's something very fun about building your own keyboard and having it light up or having it just make crazy rackety sounds. I think that's really needed. I think programmers often have this weird relationship with fun. They think fun sometimes don't mean serious, or that it doesn't mean professional. That if you're professional, you're supposed to be serious. You're not supposed to have fun. Everything is just supposed to work. No, we're supposed to have fun. That's why I think you look at some of the things, both in Ruby and in Rails, they don't make sense in sort of an objective notion. They're just fun. We just made it like that because it's fun, and that is a value in itself that we should cherish and embrace. So I'm a little envious, actually. I wish this was something I liked because I would like to have more fun with my computer, the hardware again.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm very bad at soldering, but my friends try to build up some kind of very small one or like the separate one. That should be very fun. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. The last question is not the last question. Okay, it's about time. It's the last question. What do you like about Bats of me? It's from the new guru.
Sir, can you repeat? I didn't hear it.
What do you like about me, myself, the creator of the language? That's a silly question.
Yes, so I think we talked about this a little bit, but I think the actually many of the things we've talked about are things you put out into the world. The fact that you build a language that trusts the programmer to an extent that I have not seen any other language do, neither before nor after, in the way that at least that I've worked with it. That's truly unique, and it opened my eyes in a way that was the reason why I fell in love with the language, because I didn't even know that was possible. I didn't even know that it was possible that someone else could trust a stranger that much with their language. Like, this is something they created, and they say, here's a gift to you. You can help me create it too. And that forms a really unique bond, I think. And then the other thing was this idea that, who are we making the programming language for? Is it for the computer? Is it just that the computer is more effective? No, it's for the programmer. And that switch, the way that you positioned Ruby as the programmer's friend, as to help the programmer, not to help the computer. I mean, we also try to help the computer, but if we have to choose, we rather help the programmer. We rather help the human, and then we do the work that's annoying to make that work for the computer. Was a really just eye-opening experience for me that also just, I had not looked at programming like that. I hadn't even thought about it in that way. And I can tie that directly back to why programming did not appeal to me. And I think this is why I'm so passionate about Ruby, because the language you created turned something that I was fascinated by, but I didn't quite understood, to something I really got. It really spoke to me in a language that no one else was speaking like that. And I think that this is part of why Ruby went from being such a small thing to such a big thing in so quickly, because so many people were ready to hear that. There were so many people who didn't identify themselves as these serious engineers who just cared about like performance and making things structurally sound and whatever. They wanted to have fun. They wanted to be trusted. They wanted to hear that the programming language was for them. And I think that's just remains unique. That's the other thing. You would think that Ruby has been around for so long that most other programming languages or environment, they would have taken all the best ideas, but they don't, because those ideas remain controversial. Not every programmer think that programming should be fun. Lots of them actually think the opposite. So this is why Ruby remains unique. I also think it's why Rails remains unique to many extents, because all the things that makes Ruby Ruby and Rails Rails remain controversial ideas that not everyone will get behind. And those are the ideas I love. Like, to me, it's almost boring to release something that everyone just loves in all the same ways, because it usually means it's bland, right? Like, oh, we love blue oceans and sunny skies. Okay, that's not very interesting. You're not saying very much. Ruby had an opinion that was cutting, it was deep, it was human in a way that that humanity had not been represented before. And I think she's deeply inspiring. So I want to thank you very much for creating the language that gave me a career, that helped me form who I am, that to this day, 18 years later, is one of my favorite things to do in the whole world.
Yeah, thank you. I'm honored that this is a treasure moment for me. Okay, thank you for having time with us. And yeah, this is wonderful interview, and yeah, wonderful. We are very glad to hear your great opinions and yeah, ideas. So that okay. I wish this situation has end, and we would have the chance to meet in person someday.
Absolutely, I will come back to Japan as soon as I can. Loved it there, and hopefully next year we can do it again in person.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, bye.
Bye.
This is the dialogue with David. And we have a closing ceremony starting at 20 minutes past 6.
Thank you for waiting. We'd like to start the closing ceremony. On behalf of the organizer, Ruby World Conference, the Vice Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Hiroshi Noe, is going to say a few words. Well then, thank you very much for all day. The time was short, but finally we have come to the final moment at the Kunibiki Messe. Always I'm in charge of the closing ceremony, and also this year I will do this the same. But compared with the Kunibiki Messe, this place is much smaller, but I'm more nervous than ever. Let me start the closing ceremony. Now the number of viewers was 475 people. At the Kunibiki Messe, the number of visitors is about this number, so the scale is the same, didn't change as before. And this is the purpose of the organizing this the conference. This is the summary. The coronavirus has changed dramatically the world in which we live. And this is the 12th Ruby World Conference 2020, and no exception to that. And therefore, we decided to hold this the conference for the first time online. And also, scale was reduced to just one day. Originally, this conference was intended to invite many people from all over the world to the hometown of Ruby, Matsue, to have exchanges directly and create friendship and expand the community. However, the world has changed. What we can do has changed, and we have to respond hardly to this world. And Ruby has created the world, and this is a new page, and we will uh, participate in this process actively. Welcome to this new world, and let's make this world better together. That is the summary of the purpose of this conference. And the Ruby World Conference this year. These are the organizations, totally 11 organizations, which constitute the organizing committee for this conference. And these are the members of the advisors, Maruyama, governor, and Matsura, Mayor Matsura, and the rector of the Shimane University, Hattori, and the Matsu Institute of Technology, the President Otsu, and Mr. Fuchigami, the Chubu Industrial Bureau of the Economic Ministry of Japan. And these are the members to the organizing committee of the Ruby World Conference to proceed with the project. These are the 11 people representing the committee for the review of the program, and they selected the speakers for today. Special sponsor is the Shimane Prefecture and the city of Matsue, representing the two local governments. Now these are the list of the organizations and the companies, platinum sponsors listed here. And now you are looking at the gold sponsors and a little bit more. These are the list of the gold sponsors. And this is the list of the silver sponsors. So altogether, 54 organizations co-sponsored this conference. I would like to express my deepest appreciation for your support. Now, this year again, Ichibata Tenki Tetsudo was in charge of the secretariat. Thank you. And around the secretariat, there were 9 working groups, 9 times for the preparation of today's conference. For today, Ichibata-san were 4 persons representing Ichibata, very active and worked so hard. And Samo International has provided interpretation, simultaneous, but consecutive translation. And NTT Plara, ECO were in charge of the transmission of the video and images. And SNS, uh, the find technologies, these 2 persons were in charge of the SNS. And at the opening ceremony, Matsumoto-san said that we have to change it. It's a new style for the opportunities. Governor Maruyama talked about IT support and the support for Ruby, and Mayor Matsura said that Ruby is a gem. Let's support it. And he introduced the Matsuye project. Keynote lecture. The first one is presented by Matsumoto-san, Ruby 3 and beyond. Ruby 3 is going to be released and then go through the evolution, and Ruby will survive and never die. Thank you, very encouraging message. Followed by Ruby Prize 2020. The finalists included Miura-san, Jeremy Evans-san, and Matsumoto-san. And as a result of the examination, the Jeremy Evans was selected as a prize winner. The last year he was one of the finalists, and this year he was awarded with the Ruby Prize for the release of Ruby 3. Congratulations. And these are the speakers. First, starting with Io-san regarding the data science and the AI and the education, Ruby on Rails are used. Followed by Samuel Wilson, talking about the scalable wearable device, Falcon, and Ruby 3. And there will be the great expectation towards this technology. And he wants many people to use it and waiting for the feedback. Osaki-san is the next speaker. Using the Ruby other features, the unique programming is very important. Followed by the presentation by Ferris, Nagai-san, Chiji-san, Uchida-san, Horike-san. I talked about the non-expert students, very important, have the IT literacy. Talked about the utility or usefulness of the IT education for non-IT students. Aoza Saseya-san talked about the IoT and small b, possibility of it. Ogura-san talked about the Bruce B/3 R board. He talked about the possibility of the IoT. John Chun Chen talked about open source game server. And the coding and the licensing, he introduced various activities regarding this. And then Sakamoto-san talked about the vulnerability of the red eye and diagnose, and the Komado has used a very cool, and I was very much impressed by that. And the red eye the credibility of that security was enhanced. Yasukawa-san talked about the possibility of continuing to make teaching material using Ruby as a standalone business, continue to make the Ruby teaching material. The, this is going to be the key of the development and the dissemination of Ruby and Ruby on Rails. So Yasukawa-san, I hope that he's going to improve the teaching materials using Ruby and Ruby on Rails. And followed by question and answer session. Thank you for questions, many questions, which led to the even deeper understanding of the contents of the lectures. The second keynote lecture, David Heinemeier Hansen. This is a 12th conference, and finally he was with us. And David Heinemeier Hansen talked about the love toward Ruby and Ruby on Rails. And he talked about the various ideas, and this has been inspired and realized via Ruby. Thank you very much. And next year and the following years, if we should be able to hold the conference at Kunibiki Messe, please come to Japan. And let's meet again in the future. And Ishihara Minasan is MC. Thank you. And thank you for your work. So it's been a short one day with a full content, and I would like to thank viewers sincerely. And next year, we really hope that we would be able to meet you in person. With this, I would like to close this conference and see you next year. Thank you so much. Ruby World Conference. The Vice Chairman of the Organizing Committee, Inoue-san, closed the conference with this. All of the program has been completed. Because of the coronavirus, in order to prevent the infection, we canceled the conference with real participants, and this has been conducted online. And the organizing committee hope that this situation will end as quickly as possible, and also expansion of the use of Ruby in the business. And next year, we want to meet you in Shimane Prefecture. And I sincerely wish that this conference would lead to the use of Ruby in your respective business. With this, I'd like to say goodbye. Matsumoto-san, next year, let's meet all of the people and listen to you directly. So with this, I'd like to thank all of you and goodbye.